Welcome to the first ever Google and InfoTrust Analytics Summit for the retail category. Hey there, my name is Pat McInerney and I'm with the partnerships team at InfoTrust. And I have the good fortune of working every day with many of our fantastic retail clients. So as one of Google's top analytics partners and a Google Cloud partner, InfoTrust works very closely with Google. We value the close partnership we have with Google, which allows us to do incredible events like we have today. So I mentioned this is our first retail-focused analytics event with Google, but this isn't our first analytics event. Last fall, we had a multi-brand and CPG summit with Google that had incredible attendance. So we had over 200 attendees for that event. We had some great speakers and just a ton of great feedback on the event. So we really want to build off that event. And for this event, we're going to replicate the same formula. So we have a very focused agenda, not only on analytics, but also on the topics that retailers care most about. So for today, we've assembled a dozen plus speakers. And for the summit, we have almost 500 registrants. So twice the amount of speakers, twice the amount of attendees. So it should be twice the amount of fun. So we're really excited to get going. Before we jump into the content, I wanted to first do a few thank yous. First of all, I wanted to thank our very impressive lineup of speakers. I know it's not easy to present to a bunch of folks over a virtual conference versus in person. So really appreciate you dealing with the circumstances and having flexibility given today's kind of situation with the world. Also wanted to thank our friends at Google, not only to the speakers, but also those behind the scenes who have been helping us get this event ready and helping produce it. Thank you so much. Our team at InfoTrust and all the folks who helped organize the event over the past few months, especially our marketing team and our retail consultants who helped. Thank you so much for your help. And last but not least, thank you to all of you who are in attendance. I know how hard it is to carve out time from your busy schedules to really block out the rest of the world, spend time thinking about what you do in the industry, learn from your peers. It's so important to really take time to invest in yourself. So today is going to be a great investment in your time. Really appreciate you joining us. Also really appreciate all the great feedback that everyone gave when they registered in terms of things they're interested in. So hopefully we'll cover off on a lot of that today. And we'll also be using that feedback that you gave us to really craft our go forward content plan for the rest of 2021. So with all the thank yous out of the way, I want to invite to the stage, the virtual stage, my friend and my colleague, Amin Shawki. Amin is our Vice President of Client Services, and he works very closely with our retail clients to help them with their digital strategies and execute those strategies. So Amin, how you doing?
Pat, I'm doing well. I'm so excited to be here and really pumped for today's session.
Great. Well, let's get into it.
Great. Awesome. So what I wanted to share is just our speaker lineup. So excited again to have such an amazing list of speakers from some of the largest and most recognizable brands in the world. Just to mirror what Pat was saying, I can't thank enough the speakers and all the attendees for joining us today to share the expertise and ideas around retail analytics. We know 2020 was unique and challenging year, but I'm excited to learn more from this amazing group here, and really encourage everyone to participate with the chat and some of the open forums that we have. So Pat will go through some of the topics that we'll be talking about today and the formats for different sessions, but I just want to take a moment to recognize our amazing speakers here on this slide. And again, excited for the various different ways that we're going to be engaging today as we look to 2021 and how we can tackle digital analytics. For a quick snapshot of who we have in attendance today, another remarkable list. So very incredible group of brands and people that are joining today. So hopefully we can learn a lot from each other. We did want to make this very much a peer-to-peer type of engagement and learning session today. So again, jump into the chat, let us know what questions or things you guys want to talk about, or if you have any learnings that you want to share as well. We'll be monitoring that throughout the day. So again, thank you to everyone that's attending today or watching this virtually as well, and let's make it a great day. So Pat, I'll pass it back to you to go through some of the key points and agenda.
Great, thank you, Amin. And again, hopefully in about a year from today, we'll be able to get back together live and see each other face to face. But for now, we'll make do with the virtual nature of this conference. So a few housekeeping items that we want to cover off on. So in your YouTube chat form, you should see a form that we'd like you to go in and fill out. That's going to, first of all, give you a chance to win a new Peloton. I did confirm it is a new Peloton. It's not a used one or slightly used or refurbished. So it's a new Peloton. So at the end of the conference, someone's going to ride away with a new Peloton. And unfortunately, you do have to be here for the entire event. We'll be checking attendance at the end, but and you must be present to win. But also, if you fill that form out, you'll have a chance to get the best-selling book from InfoTrust called Crawl, Walk, Run. It's our book about analytics and the Google marketing platform, written by our co-founders. So please take a chance to register for that book and register to win a Peloton. As Amin mentioned, there's going to be a live chat so you can participate. There'll be some Q&A throughout for some of these sessions. So please fill that form out. We'll be monitoring it throughout. And then lastly, please, again, be attentive, have fun with this. We've got a great lineup of speakers, and it's going to be a fantastic day. So I think that covers off on our housekeeping items. So let's look at today's agenda. So as I mentioned, we've got a lot of great speakers, and as Amin mentioned also. So we're going to be starting off with a keynote from Neil and Michael. Alessandro from Ecentria will be joining us to talk about the value of integrating CRM data with your analytics. We're then going to have a discussion about identity resolution with Abby from 1-800-Flowers, Steve from Google, and from InfoTrust, Bryan Lamb. We're going to have our friends from Estée Lauder come and talk about a case study on driving return on ad spend using customer lifetime value. So Rohit and Leigh will be joining us. Another panel discussion with an all-star group of panelists from SPANX, Estée Lauder, Whitecap, and Tailored Brands. And then we'll be having some more folks from Google's marketing science team, Win and Sam, around 3 o'clock. They're going to help us talk about propensity modeling and present a use case there. And then to close the day out, we're going to invite Amin back on stage with Michelle again to talk about GA4. So big day ahead of us, lots of content. We're already 2 minutes past, so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our first panelist. We have from Google, the Chief Measurement Strategist, Neil Hoyne, and from InfoTrust, our very own Chief Growth Officer, Michael Loban. Michael, I'll let you take it away.
Pat, thank you so much. Excited to be here, and welcome everyone. Neil, it's great to have you.
Hey, thank you for having me, Michael. How are you doing?
Doing very well. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. We tend to have these conversations on a regular basis. Now we just have a few hundred people joining us.
We have a few hundred people join. Well, welcome a few hundred people to my home. We're still doing the work from home, both Michael, you and I. Actually, I was joking. This I offer almost apologetically when they did the title slide where they had our headshots side by side. Just given these unique times, obviously working from home, I have two little ones that run around. They almost barge into my office enough to where they warrant their own headshots. So I offer almost that apologetically, but I think it ties almost to the comment Amin and Pat made earlier, just about kind of the flexibility we've been seeing in the workplace, what we've been seeing in industries. We can talk about that. We can talk about that. Those are just some of my statements. Where would you like to jump in, Michael?
Well, like you said, let's talk about what is going on in the industry. What are some of the things that you are seeing that we should be paying attention to? And obviously, some of the topics we'll dive in a greater detail as the day goes by, but maybe we can share with our audience and lay of the land and what is happening in the industry right now.
Boy, I'll give you some high-level comments. Let's just start with what we're seeing, and I'll say that as it's been since March, it continues to evolve. But here's kind of what stands out for me. So we've talked a lot about retail disruption and innovation, and people moving from online or moving from offline to online. I'm going to tuck those away because I think they're a little bit obvious for now. What I find fascinating are really a few things. One is just when this happened. The disruption that a lot of companies saw to their data. And so in the past, if we look at really over the past decade that I've had the pleasure of working at Google, every year was more iterative than the year before. It was to say, we want to move more into this channel, or we want to invest more into this product or this audience. And I don't know a lot of companies that have revisited the strategy they had set out in January 2020 once we got to April of last year. And a lot of companies, I was actually surprised, almost threw away their data sets because those numbers were so remarkably different. The quarter over quarter comparisons didn't make a lot of sense. The annual plans didn't make a lot of sense. And so what's been fascinating is just to see how different retailers are adapting to the circumstances. And I would put those broadly in two buckets. I would say one is just the assumptions that companies made. Some companies made the assumption to say, and this was really how they were operating, they said, we expect this to be over in 2 months. So our approach is to hold on. Others say, we expect this digital transformation that we've seen happening to only accelerate, and that's going to be the new way that we want to plan. Some looked at customers and said, you know what, these customers are just coming to us now because circumstances have changed. But they're not going to be with us whenever this pandemic resolves. So we don't want to spend a lot of time acquiring and developing those relationships, where we saw other retailers on the opposite side saying, this is our shot to win over customers who wouldn't have tried us, but now we have the inventory, the shipping, the availability to bring them the products they want. We have a better experience. They haven't considered us before. Now, I won't go into the merits of each of these decisions. Some companies will feel very strongly about one versus the other. What I find fascinating is that a lot of companies haven't revisited those assumptions since April or May. So they set them out and they said, this is how we think our customers are going to behave. This is how we think our business is going to behave. And they've almost taken that data to fit that story without now taking a step back to say, well, what assumptions did we make? And are they different? Have they changed? And I think the larger implication, at least for the audience, not only understanding the assumptions, what is driving your business, what has changed, but also how that's framing the progress that businesses are making. So classically, we'd see people saying, well, we want to make this transformation. For some companies, they had 5-year plans for how they wanted to move from offline to online sales. That was their approach, at least. And they're looking and they've made that progress in 3 months. Their audience has shifted. And for that, they're saying, well, this is fantastic. We were able to move not just 15% or 20% of our sales, but 40%, 50% of our sales online. But again, they never went back to those assumptions to say, should we be doing more? Because they've hit their historical metrics. So I'd say it's really just understanding what this new landscape looks like, where the opportunities are, what assumptions were made, and what really are we looking at as a benchmark for success.
So how would you advise organizations do it in terms of revisiting their assumptions based on the data that has been collected so far? So some organizations possibly put their foot on the gas and they've seen outstanding results. Some organizations have seen good results and now feel very comfortable, maybe confident. How do we take into account what has happened to determine, should we keep going all in? Do we wait a little bit more? How should we start thinking about the next 6 to 9 months?
I think that the next 6 to 9 months, as markets continue to reopen, as vaccines continue to roll out, I think that that's going to be an even more interesting time than what we've seen in the past year. But when we talk about it, I think the first thing with a lot of companies is simply to understand the assumptions by which your data is based. Let's take something like lifetime value, which I saw on the agenda for later today. Some companies early on said, you know what, we don't think these customers are going to stay with us. So if we think this situation will last for a year, we're going to cut off lifetime value after a year. We think those customers are gone, which means that they changed how they bid, how they invest, how much they want to spend on service, with just that view that this is very short term, that they don't want to make those investments. And so once companies start categorizing to say, when we look at our models and our metrics, the data that's guiding our business today, how did we derive those numbers? That's the exercise that we see a lot of smart companies going through, is almost revisiting that plan and saying, and here's the second part to the puzzle, is no one's arguing that they know the answer. Nobody had a playbook sitting on the shelves that they pulled off and said, in the event of a global pandemic, these are the 6 steps. Everybody's working their way through it. But the 2 things we see smart companies doing, one is they're building different scenarios where they're simply saying, look, let's plan for the worst case, but let's also acknowledge the best case. What would we do differently if this is how online transactions continue? What are we going to do differently if this is the way that customers behave, if our retention metrics are off? And that way they're starting to line up the planning and the investments in those areas. The other part that they're starting to look at is just to say, well, what is the opportunity for us to test? If we don't know how consumers are responding. So right now, one of the concerns across the industry is we want to get in front of markets that open up. We want to know that, well, when people get vaccinated or when their travel plans change or their vacation plans change, we want them to think of us. But we don't want to be opportunistic. And so there's half of the companies that are saying we're going to deliberate around a boardroom table and figure out what should be best. And there's another portion of companies that are saying we're going to build rapid iteration, rapid testing more into our marketing and data model than it's ever been before, because we don't know how consumers will respond. The worst case is just everybody following everybody else. We saw this in April where people went out and you got all the same emails from everyone. It was like, we're all in this together, buy our product. And because that was what was safe. Now what we see is companies are just saying, we acknowledge what we don't know. We acknowledge what we're assuming, and what we don't know, we're going to make those investments to test and to learn, because that's the only way we're going to figure out how consumers are going to respond to our marketing activities.
I love that you mentioned the modeling. I think it's such an important aspect of analytics. So any type of business planning is building a model based on possible scenarios that we might have. And this very much resonates with me. After all the holiday, Black Friday, Christmas sales, when there's so many different discounts that are being thrown at you. And when we meet with many organizations, we ask, so what do you expect this to produce? And usually organizations have maybe one number that they want to hit, but it's not necessarily modeled. Here's our best case scenario. Here's our worst case scenario. This is kind of gray area where it would be great for us to land out. And depending on where they actually end up or how they are progressing, adjust those models.
That's the idea, but you do bring that up, which is worth pushing on, is that what some companies have said. It's said, look, marketing is difficult, right? We don't know how to reach consumers. In some cases, they're not using our products. They're not buying new luggage because they're not taking that trip, for example. And so they're wondering, and they're saying, well, where do we invest? Where do we invest in a way? This common theme around resiliency and durability. Before it was all about efficiency, right? You didn't want to hold excess inventory. You didn't want to spend a penny more than you needed to. And now companies are saying, well, where should we make these investments in solutions and ideas that we know are going to persist? And you raised an interesting one, which is we do see a lot of companies saying, if we can't trust our historical reports and our historical trends, if we're seeing data disappear, we have this weird changing privacy landscape around us where we're losing data between app to web and third-party cookies, reporting becomes less and less compelling because there's holes and there's gaps. Even quarter-over-quarter comps don't work. And so the first investment we see them making is saying, hey, let's make these investments to say, if we know reporting isn't going to work, if we know the future is uncertain, can we improve our modeling capabilities? And that's where we're seeing huge investments from companies into machine learning to fill that gap, to give those scenarios, to predict how customers will behave, when customers will leave as new data is captured. And the fascinating point with that as well is that you don't need 100% of your data to do it. So that allows companies to focus to say, we need to understand if we understand 5% or 6% of our audience really well, we can make better assumptions as to what's happening with 100% in advance than simply looking back and saying, well, where do we think historical patterns are going to play out? That logic no longer holds. So that machine learning, that model building, that is taking a huge piece of their priorities. That we know will persist long-term regardless of how markets play out. And the other part that we see is finally we see more emphasis on data integration. In order to make this modeling happen, first-party data not only needs to be cleaned and organized, it needs to be centralized. And it needs to be tied to some type of identifier. And companies are looking and saying, when we look across those, that data integration layer, that machine learning layer, those are two that if we look into the future, 12 to 18 months, we don't necessarily know how markets or consumer behavior are going to be. But we see those two areas, those two investments of technology as persisting and being incredibly valuable for the companies that got in front of it.
I love that point. And we actually have a presentation coming up with Alessandro from Ecentria, who will talk about data integration. Neil, one thing that you've mentioned that certainly very much resonates with me is around the machine learning and ability to make decisions as the data comes in, not waiting until that end of the month, right, until end of the quarter, which often how historically organizations have done it. And that means that organizations need to start building the right type of team, right? It's not just about those machine learning tools that are available, but it's having the right type of skill set and people. How should organizations be thinking of who to possibly bring to their team, what capabilities or what skill set they need to either develop in-house and train team members or possibly go and hire?
You know, it's interesting when we talk about machine learning, Michael, and generally companies look at it purely from a technical side. If we're going to do more machine learning and modeling, we need to hire machine learning people. And those people are expensive, and that limits progress. The paradigm has been shifting a little bit across cloud platforms where, again, I this is not a Google endorsement. This is just to give you the reality of it, sure. where tools are starting to reflect those difficulties within organizations. So traditionally, when we looked at machine learning on its own, you really required three things. You required lots of data, lots of computing power, and machine learning experts to make everything work. But the machine learning experts are difficult to have in that equation. It's probably the most daunting part for companies as they start to get ramped up in this area. So what I see is an emerging class of products that are really making these types of machine learning models automated. So an oversimplification here, but I know you always appreciate these, is that when I look at it, I see, all right, well, the machine learning expert, their value is to be able to look at a model and say, look, there's hundreds of different levers. Which levers do I pull on to get the best result out of the model? Because knowing which lever to pull on can save you millions of dollars when you go to optimize and use your budgets. And what we've seen, what we've seen companies like Google Cloud do is they say, hey, instead of having machine learning expert to pull those levers, what if we just ran every possible permutation and combination of those levers and just told you what to do? And so you're almost brute forcing machine learning, which is fantastic because now what it does is it removes that third component to say, when you have cloud, you have all this computing power, you've integrated all your data. So now you have data and computing power, and we're just going to run 60, 70,000 different attempts at these models and tell you what's best. And again, I'm overly simplifying it, but what it's really doing is it's allowing analysts to build machine learning models. If only there's a leadership in the organization to know that these capabilities are there, and to help train and onboard them to say, you have access to the data, and now we can enable these types of capabilities. When we take a step back and we look at the larger organization, you're going to need three types of people. You're going to need the people that are building the big data systems, the ones that are capturing, collecting data, APIs, and building pipes across your organization and third parties to bring that data together. You're going to need the analysts, the people that really churn through that data to build those reports and hopefully those antique dashboards, but now transitioning into those machine learning models. But you also need a third part. You need a third role that's going to help you build credibility in the organization. So too oftentimes we go to boards or we go to executives and say, look, we can now predict the future, and these customers, we use lifetime value, are going to spend this amount in the future. And you see especially the CFO will always be like, wait a minute, so now you built a model, so I'm supposed to trust that the investment you made today will pay off in the future. No, we're not doing that, but thank you. And the problem is that analysts and machine learning experts, by and large, myself included, can have a difficult time speaking that language, telling them and walking them through the process to say why this matters to the business, why it is an imperative, why we should trust this, and how we transition into that process. So on the data science team, not only do you have the people building the data sets and building the models, but you also need someone that's going to be able to integrate those findings and those metrics to other teams. Not only to be able to share and to say, this is how they were derived, this is what we know, this is what we don't know, this is how companies apply it, to help them along in that journey, to be comfortable in this transition, this from reporting data to predicting behaviors, but then also to take their feedback and what their objections are and what their comfort levels are and bring that back to the data scientists, to the modelers, to say, where can we make and integrate these compromises so they work with the larger business? I'm sure even in the simple case, I know you and I have all seen these dashboards where we look at and you'll look at Google Analytics and it'll be like, the sales are up in Brazil by 1,200%. And that's fantastic. And it looks great in a dashboard because you have this big green number on the top and you have the year-over-year increase. And then you get someone from supply chain being like, what am I supposed to do with this? Or your CFO being like, okay, so should we go big in Brazil? And people that build reports don't think about those questions. They report what the data shows. So we're seeing more and more companies invest both in training and hiring to get these people that can integrate and use that data. And here's the business case for everyone out there on the live stream. Generally, and this is the guiding number, it's remained unchanged over the past several years. Most companies will use their data in 6% of their decisions. 6%. Most of them still half are intuition, 10% whatever your boss says, whatever your colleagues say. But if you're able to improve that number, the contribution to revenue is about $55,000 incremental revenue per employee per year. And that's not going from 6% to 100%. That's going from 6% to 7%. 1 out of every 100 decisions being made using data. So that is the motivation. That's the guiding principle. That third role, people that can integrate and use that data, is so powerful in helping companies really make this transition.
Well, there is certainly a huge upside, as you mentioned, for organizations to use data in more of those decisions. One last question, because they're right about time. I'm fortunate to see you speak at this event and many other events and live in person. And you're probably the best I've seen as far as being true a storyteller, right? Using analytics and data almost as prompts to convey the message. If you had to share your maybe one recipe of success, what do you think through to really help you get the message across?
Oh boy, that's a good one. You know what I encourage people, the people that I mentor at Google, to do is just to really, and this is going to sound almost trivial, but immerse yourself in the functions that are going to be using the data that you create. Even if you don't think they should have a say, you know, spending time with people on the finance side to understand how they make decisions, how they talk about it, not simply presenting to them or having lunch. One of the things that we do at Google, that I do with my teams, which I find beneficial, is I tell them not to sit at their desks. Say, stay at your desk 1 or 2 days a week. I know where to find you. But spend time sitting around the engineers, the product managers, the marketing teams that we have at Google. Learn how they communicate, how they build and tell their stories. You know, we all speak generally the same language, but when you start getting into departments and teams, you see that the way that they look at problems and the way that they try to solve these problems are different than what we may anticipate just by sitting in our own bubbles trying to build great machine learning models. So my advice is, the more exposure you have, the more you can relate and build that language, the better you are. Again, these skills are not commoditized. They are incredibly rare to see people that understand the modeling side and the data integration side and the finance side. the more that you can do that, the more you'll be able to build those bridges, the more you'll be able to use data, and perhaps most importantly, the more you can help transition your company through this time based on what you're seeing from where you sit.
Thank you, Neil. I love those insights. And one of the things that I've gotten accustomed to do is whenever I'm about to present a report or a dashboard or showcase some numbers, I ask myself way ahead of time, what are the 3 or 4 or 5 questions that I most likely will get from people that have not seen this before? And I prepare myself to respond to those, which helps me build the story and really understand what is that I'm actually showing. So it's not just the data by itself, there is context around it.
I love that, Michael. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Neil. Back to you, Pat.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome. That was great. Thank you both so much. So real quick before we jump to our next presentation, I want to remind everybody to, again, fill out the form if you have not done so. That should be in the YouTube chat. So one thing that Neil said, a 1% increase in the use of data equates to $55,000 of incremental revenue per employee. So I think that is a really good reason to pay close attention to the next presentation. So I want to welcome Alessandro Minnocci from Ecentria. Ecentria is a fascinating business. It straddles the world of mostly e-commerce with some brick and mortar. So Alessandro is the Director of Customer Acquisition and Retention, and he's going to be talking to us today about the value of bringing that data into your Google Analytics so that you can make that $55,000 per employee. So Alessandro, I will turn it over to you.
Pat, thank you very much. I'm really appreciative to have the opportunity to speak today at this summit and be part of such an impressive roster of speakers and presenters. So as we get into this presentation today, I'm really excited to tell a little bit about how we have taken different data systems, brought them together, and what that has meant for our business. So as we get into the presentation here, once again, my name is Alessandro Minnocci. I am the Director of Customer Acquisition and Customer Retention at Ecentria. I will introduce many of you to Ecentria in the next slide. And as I mentioned, today we're going to talk about bringing data systems together with Google Analytics. So a little bit about Ecentria. Ecentria was founded in the year 2000, right at the point of the dot-com bust. So there were a lot of really well-capitalized companies that started in the late 90s in e-commerce that failed, and there was a bit of a pullback from e-commerce. But our co-founders believed that with the right products, e-commerce was a huge opportunity. And so we started in the year 2000 with our flagship store, opticsplanet.com, selling technical products, microscopes, spotting scopes, and telescopes. Today, Optics Planet offers over 500 categories with about 4,000 different brands and over 1 million unique products sold. We are a top 150 internet retailers, part of the old IR 500 or the Digital Commerce 360 top 500. Now we're excited to see how we rank after a great 2020 for us. And we are purveyors of gear. So our flagship store is opticsplanet.com. We also have a very popular store, campsaver.com, that serves the outdoor community, camping, hiking, climbing, these sorts of activities. We also have a members-only flash sale store. They still exist. Devore was started in 2010 at the peak of the members-only phenomenon. It is still going strong today. There are new events launching every day, and I encourage all of you to join. Our retail is almost completely pure play e-commerce. As Pat mentioned, we do have a brick and mortar outfit. There is a store for Camp Saver located in Nibley, Utah. It is a showroom store. There is some product that is presented there, but there are kiosks. Individuals can browse our entire catalog, and since it's connected to our distribution center, they can the team can go back, grab the products, they can try them on, check them out, etc. We span the globe, so we have locations, 2 in Illinois, offices in Northbrook, a distribution center in Aurora. We have offices and distribution center in Nibley and Logan, Utah. We have an office in Riga, Latvia, and another office in Odessa. On the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about what we do. So we are the purveyors of gear for those who play, work, and serve with passion. That is our mission at Ecentria, and really the guiding principle that we operate on. on the next slide, as we talk about how we do it. So one of the things that is really core to who we are is that we offer selection. So in a traditional big box retailer, or even a specialty store, if you were looking for binoculars, they may have 10, maybe 25 options at a really specialty store across 3 to 5 brands. If you come to opticsplanet.com, you will find about 1,200 different options across 75 different brands. So we go kind of to the ends of the earth to find all of the products within a given category that our customers may be looking for, that they need to fit their needs. And we look to outfit customers from head to toe for all of their passions and professions. We predominantly acquire our traffic, our customers, through digital traffic channels. So we're very reliant on tools like Google Analytics to understand the efficacy of what we're doing. We're always looking to match passionate customers with high performance gear. So looking to use those traffic channels, looking to use our catalog to bring in the right people. And this is really going to transition well into what we're going to talk about today. We accept orders through 2 primary methods. One is through our website, and the other is what we term as manually, a manual entry by one of our sales team reps. So individuals can call us or use live chat to place an order. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about the problem that we're going to get into today. So if we go on to the next slide, the problem is, what happens if a customer places an order through an offline or a manual channel? So as I mentioned before, we're very reliant on acquiring traffic, acquiring customers through our digital channels. And we rely on Google Analytics to analyze the performance of that and do better all the time. So if the transaction ultimately takes place in a different system and it's not connected, how do we know where they came from? How do we know what campaign brought us this customer and brought us this transaction? How do we know what they looked at? Ultimately, we do know what they bought, right? We have other reporting systems for that sort of thing, but how do we know what options they encountered on our website? How do we know how they eventually got to the product that they picked? And how do we know what features aided in their conversion path? Did they use search? Did they compare products? Did they utilize a wish list? Did they use a deal alert? All of these things that we invest in and work to improve at all times, that information is ultimately missing. So if you go on to the next slide, we can talk about where we kind of started from. So, when you don't have the data, as Neil mentioned earlier, right, you have to use your intuition, you have to use your gut. So the base assumption you might use for these types of customers is, well, they're probably just the same as the type of people that order online. Now, you sit with that for a second and you realize that doesn't completely check out. And I'm going to give you a great example on the next slide. So across our catalog of over 1 million products, there are some differences. So on the left, we have an industrial security camera that we sell. It is a thermal camera, so it's heat signatures and everything like that. It can record, it can stream, it can synchronize. It is super, super cool, and it is $33,000. And on the right, we have one of our top-selling items, a 10x42 binocular. If you are a bird watcher, if you are a hunter, if you are an outdoor lover, you might even have this pair of binoculars. It's such a great seller, and it is $189. Which of these 2 products do you think is more likely to be sold over the phone with a customer calling and reaching out to one of our sales reps? I can't see the chat. I assume you're all answering, and if you said the left, you're right. You are correct. So if we go on to the next slide, we have to kind of play a little further and create more assumptions once again, because we don't necessarily have the data, but we can draw some conclusions. So they're the same, except they tend to buy more expensive items this way. So what does that really mean? Well, if you have a campaign, a marketing campaign that is focusing on a high value item, then if you have lower performance than you'd like to see, it's probably just because more people are calling in to place those orders and they're just not connecting back. So therefore, it's okay, right? The danger of assumptions should be pretty clear here. So how are we going to solve this? Let's get into the next couple slides and we'll talk about that. Measurement protocol. So if you are not familiar with measurement protocol, There are a lot of great resources out there that explain what it is, but I will give you a brief overview of what it is. It is a framework to send data back into GA. So we're all familiar with how we have tags on our sites, and Google Analytics is collecting data and building all those great reports that we can rely on. But there is the measurement protocol, which allows you to send data that is not collected through your website back to Google Analytics. That data then can be connected to specific visitors. So how did we end up utilizing this? So our infrastructure is probably a little different from the infrastructure that many of you deal with. Ecentria is a technology company through and through. We've got over 100 engineers across the globe working on a daily basis to create new features, improve existing features, maintain and improve our platform. And a lot of the components of our platform are completely proprietary. So that meant we needed to create a custom solution. Our engineering team had to be heavily involved. The key components that were involved in this were our shopping cart, our order manager, and our CRM. I've included a list of other components that are unrelated that are all proprietary too, just to show you how core this is to our DNA. So on the next slide, we can talk about kind of the game plan for this. So we worked with InfoTrust on this, and I'll describe InfoTrust's role in the next slide, but we decided that the right way to do this would be to add a new value to the website called the Web Client ID. We would then update our order manager where the transaction is being collected and operational processes to make sure that we can accept that value at the time of order placement. It's in the order manager and not the CRM because ultimately we're syncing back transactions. We're not syncing back customer data, we're syncing back transaction level data. And then we would use that value and the GA client ID, which is the value created by Google Analytics, to synchronize that transaction data back to Google Analytics via the measurement protocol. On the next slide, I'll share a little bit about, the on-site implementation. Yes, so here's what it looks like. It might be a little tough to see. I should have used a brighter screenshot, but on the footer of our website, we added a link towards the bottom that says show web ID. It's in a conspicuous spot because the majority of customers have no reason to use it. But if you do click that, it gives you a 12-digit number that you can then give to one of our reps. And as I mentioned before, they can enter it into the order manager and everything connects so beautifully. On the next slide, we can talk about the InfoTrust support. So InfoTrust was heavily involved in the beginning parts with the planning and creating very detailed documentation for our development team on what they needed to be sending to GA, the format of sending it, the values that need to be sent it, how to connect back to the specific client ID, and so on. Our engineering team obviously had to build all of the actual code in order to make this happen, in order to send the information to Google Analytics, but the InfoTrust team was very instrumental in making sure that we did it right, that we were sending the right values, that ultimately we didn't corrupt any data. They also helped develop a testing plan that made sure we did exactly that. We did not impact our data negatively. We made sure that everything was working properly before we kind of released it into the wild, right? And then once everything was completed, helped us generate some insights too, which I'll talk about on later slides. So if we proceed to the next slide, this is the workflow of kind of how this worked. So a customer would call us to place an order. The rep would collect the web ID from that customer. The rep would enter the web ID into the order manager. The order was then placed as normal, right? Transaction was completed. A daily job would aggregate all of the orders that were placed manually over the phone, live chat, et cetera, manually into our order manager. The web IDs that were collected would then be matched to GA client IDs. Those orders would then be synchronized back into Google Analytics, and then Google Analytics would link the order back to the specific users using the client ID. So on the next slide, we'll talk a little bit about the insights of value. Actually, you can continue to the next slide too. So we learned quite a few things from this. So I didn't mention all the assumptions we had at the beginning, but some of them turned out to be faulty, as you might expect, and some of them were right on. So one of the assumptions we had was that because those manual orders tended to have a higher order value on average than orders placed over the website, that it was more likely that those customers were being acquired and those transactions were being acquired through paid channels, paid search specifically. And the reason for that is that paid search as a channel tends to have a higher average order value for us than organic search. What we actually found out once we had the actual data was that no, It turns out many of them are being acquired through organic search, much more so than on average for customers that place orders through our website. They're also significantly more likely to visit on desktop than mobile. So once again, this challenges another assumption that we had that was kind of core to beliefs within the sales organization. And that's that one of the reasons why customers call us or chat with us to place an order, as opposed to placing on the website, is that there's more friction that they're dealing with. And typically, we have a great mobile site. We have an even better mobile app, but it's typically a little more work to place an order on a mobile device and go through a checkout process than it is on desktop. So we expected that it would be the same, or potentially more of these sessions would take place on mobile. Well, we found out it's about 2 times more likely for them to have their sessions on desktop. So that assumption didn't quite check out. We don't collect age demographics in our CRM. So we do collect birth dates, but we don't collect the years. So we didn't have good data on this beforehand. We didn't know, what's the sort of age demographic of someone who places an order manually as opposed to through the website. And what we found using the demographic data that is available in Google Analytics, if you enable it, is that the type of customer that does place an order manually or offline is between the ages of 35, but less likely to be over 65. This is sort of a very interesting thing. It's not super actionable, but sometimes you find these like fun facts. It's very exciting. Another base assumption we have within the sales organization is that one of the reasons that people were placing these orders manually was because they needed more help. And anecdotally, it's true. Routinely we have these sales calls that last 30 minutes, 45 minutes. Customer has a very specific need, and they really need help walking through the options and making sure that whatever they're ultimately going to purchase fits what they're trying to accomplish. So we assumed that typically those sessions, and I'm not just talking about the session that resulted in the transaction, but all of the user sessions, we expected that there would be less page views involved. It turns out there's more. They spend more time on site. They look at more products. They evaluate their options further. They spend more time per page. And this was really insightful because it shows you that it's not a customer that necessarily needs more help. It's a well-informed customer going into the process. The one thing that did check out is that they do spend quite a bit more than those who place order on the website. So on the next slide, we'll talk about the value we got from this. So one of the immediate pieces of value we got was by synchronizing this information back into Google Analytics, having Google Analytics connected to Google Ads, and having our goals synchronized with Google Ads. Those offline transactions and their values now filter back to Google Ads and can be utilized in bidding strategies. So where I mentioned before, when you have a campaign focusing on a high value item, and you didn't get quite the ROAS you were looking for or the CPAs that you were looking for, you could assume, oh, well, there's probably a bunch of offline orders. They're just not represented here. We don't have to do that anymore. Because the data is being synchronized back, we can make those informed decisions. We don't have to make assumptions. We can make those data-driven decisions. Within GA360, one of the most awesome features is the ability to create audiences and then utilize those audiences, not just for analysis and insight, but also to implement in your advertising strategy. And this is one of the things we've done now too, is utilize the audiences that we could create based on these behavior patterns, whether they place an order through our website or whether they place an order over the phone, and create specific campaigns targeting those types of consumers. And then for our sales organization, it's a great opportunity for them to start having the type of understanding of the consumer profile and their behaviors that on the marketing side, when it comes to the orders coming through our website, we've had the whole time. So they were always missing that. Now they can go in there, they can look at that, and they can start to understand their customer, the people that they're serving, even better. So as we proceed to the next slide, we'll get into the bonus round. So this was advertised as talking about cost data too. We will absolutely do that. I'm going to talk about 2 other data silos that we tackled with InfoTrust over the past couple of years. So let's talk about advertising costs first. All right, getting transaction data is great, but what about cost data? So I'm sure that many of you that use Google Analytics, you use Google Ads, you have them linked together, and you utilize that cost data that's coming from Google Ads into Google Analytics and shows up in some of your acquisition reports, shows up in some of your custom reporting, shows up in your attribution, and hopefully you utilize it very effectively. We certainly do. So, that's available out of the box. But what about the other platforms? So every company is different in terms of what you use, but it's very likely that you're using multiple advertising platforms to acquire customers, bring in orders, so on and so forth. Facebook, Instagram, Bing search engines, you can get cost data from all of them, but they're within their respective platforms. So the data silo. So when you're analyzing the performance of, a Facebook campaign, or let's say a Bing campaign, this is most similar to the Google Ads product. So you're looking at a Bing campaign. You can't look at that the same way you do the Google one, because the Google one, you can look within analytics and you can see the multiple channel touch points and everything like that. You're limited to what you're being provided by Bing. So siloed data, once again, makes it harder to be as effective a marketer as you'd like. But it turns out there's a solution for this. So proceed to the next slide. Google offers a feature that allows you to import cost data. And hopefully many of you are already doing this, but we weren't until the past year. The beauty of this is that unlike our systems, which are all proprietary, so we had to take on a pretty significant lift on the engineering side in order to sync the transaction data back. These platforms, they're pretty much standard, they're the same. So we were able to work with InfoTrust extensively on the implementation of this. So they took on the heavy lift and we just got the benefits. So the daily uploads of cost data are now coming from those platforms, and they're synchronized back to specific advertising campaigns. Just like the Google Ads data is coming in, we now have that coming in from Bing and other search engines. We have it coming in from our affiliate program. We have it coming in from our comparison shopping engines and social media and all of those other advertising channels we have. And now they are showing up in our attribution reports. They're showing up in our acquisition reports. We can see with all the various touch points that a customer may have before placing a transaction, what is the data-driven value of those touch points and what are our real returns on our ad spend. One of the really key benefits of this project is that we decided to add retroactive data going back a year. So we didn't have to wait for things to start coming in. Once the project was complete, we immediately were able to dive in, have our advertising teams dive in and really pull those insights, pull that analysis. Some of those channels that they thought were doing poorly, turns out they were doing much better when you looked at them in a non-siloed fashion. And other ones not as great, but it allowed them to go in to optimize, to fine-tune everything. Please, next slide. The implementation value. So as I mentioned, better understanding cross-channel performance in non-siloed view, but this was completed in July of 2020. We have seen tremendous growth. We have scaled up our operations extensively while prioritizing the safety and health of our workforce. But we kind of hit a brick wall where we maximized capacity. And to some degree, that has slowed down advertising for us. Now, we've got great plans in place for 2021 to expand things further. And I fully expect that we will be able to utilize a lot of the insight that we've drawn from this and change our approach even further with how we spend our advertising dollars across the different channels. In the next slide, we'll talk about refunds. So just like you can use measurement protocol to synchronize back transactions that did not take place in your website or Google Analytics did not collect to begin with, you can also use it to sync back refund events. So things like cancellations or returns. That is a separate dimension. So it doesn't overwrite the sales or revenue associated with a specific transaction. It adds another value. So by doing this, we were able to generate more insights on the behavior related to refunds. So, when we look at the performance of an acquisition channel, normally we're just looking at what we call the demand. The orders were placed, what was the value of those? Now we can also look at what was the real revenue associated with this? What was the revenue net of any cancellations or returns? Are there any outliers? Are there things that we should adjust as a marketing organization to make sure that we're getting the most value we possibly can? We can also understand the on-site behavior. So, someone who ends up canceling an order, what sort of things did they do or not do? Did they spend some time reading about the availability of the items before placing their order? Did they look into shipping timelines? Did they create an account? Did they use any of the filters to make sure that they found exactly what they were looking for? And we can start to understand better, and we already are, what sort of things are missing or happen that more likely lead to a cancellation to a return, and also the frequency of replacement orders. So, certainly there are situations where someone cancels an order where they found something else, and they just cancel the order and place an order. That's great. That happens all the time. We also have situations where someone buys something, it doesn't quite work out, and they return it, and maybe they have store credit. So obviously we're incentivized. We want people to continue to place additional orders with us, even if that specific order didn't work out. Now we can see the frequency of that happening, and we can also create audiences and specifically retarget. So, if you have a new customer that you acquired, and for whatever reason their specific order doesn't work out, whether it's a cancellation or a return, well, we can create an audience for that. And we can try to reach back out to those customers through our various channels, through personalization, through advertising, and bring them back. Hopefully they have a better experience the second time. We can also identify customers that have very high rates of cancellation or returns. It's clearly we're not a good fit for what they're looking for. And we can make sure that we're not overbidding on those types of customers that ultimately are not the type of customer that is a fit for our stores. So on the next slide here, there are a lot of feature extensions that we have in mind that we're hoping to really tackle in 2021. Now that we've started synchronizing some order level data, we're thinking about what more can we synchronize. So what if we could synchronize the net markup associated with that order, the profitability of that order? Obviously, we want to grow sales, we want to acquire new customers, but we also want to do so profitably. And right now, we don't have that full insight into which channels are generating the most profit. And with that data, we can obviously do even more in terms of making our marketing as effective as possible. We also have our own internal system through our CRM that scores customers and assigns types to them. And those scores and those types heavily influence the lifetime value. It's very predictive. I'm sorry, it doesn't influence it, but it's very predictive of the lifetime value. So synchronizing that data back to Google Analytics and utilizing things like audiences will allow us to even better target those customers that ultimately will have great lifetime values, years and years of orders with us, and the type of customers that we really want to bring into our organization. So we're looking even more so this year to utilize these new goals that we create based on the activities and audiences in our A/B testing too. We've done some of this, but in 2021, this is a real opportunity for us that we're going to focus on and trying to do more targeted testing and try to improve the outcomes with these audiences. Next slide, please. So what are the takeaways? What I hope your takeaways are not necessarily how to do this or that you should do exactly what I just said, import your cost data, synchronize orders that you may be taking from a siloed point of sale system or over the phone or anything like that, but more to think about what data do you have that would help you do your job better, that you have siloed. You have siloed away from your analytics, your digital analytics, right? And what could linking that together and having that holistic view do in terms of improving your efficacy at acquiring customers or the efficiency of your advertising spend? I mean, these are the things that ultimately drive growth, right? They're the things that make certain competitors within an industry more or less effective, right? And more or less successful. So what is it within your organization that is not connected to the experiences that your visitors, that your customers are having on your website? What are you missing? And is there a path forward to bringing all that data together? And the answer probably is yes, but it's obviously specific to every company and what you're trying to do. So that's it. That's my presentation for today. I sincerely appreciate your attention. I hope this has been useful. I encourage any and all of you to reach out, connect through LinkedIn, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I look forward to the rest of the presentations today.
Great, Alessandro. Thank you so much. That was a fantastic presentation. We talked a lot of times about the theoretical, what's doable with analytics, and I think you did a great job of really showing how it's actually possible, a blueprint for a lot of companies to follow. We did have one question, if we could ask you, if you're still on. And
yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Still here.
Great. One person, I think your team may have answered this in the chat, but wanted to give you a chance to answer it as well. Who gets credit for the orders when a digital campaign and a phone campaign both touch the same order?
So that's an interesting question. So I'd need like a little more explanation on what is a phone campaign. So in this case, the phone is just the method of placing the order. It's just a method of ultimately collecting the order. It's the customer ultimately decided to call us. So, think of it as they decided to dial a phone number and speak to a person to place their order versus entering their information in the checkout process. Now, there are situations where there is no website visit. Optics Planet specifically is in an industry that was dominated 30, 40 years ago by catalogs, by individuals getting catalogs in the mail and either sending via mail their orders or calling at a phone number to place their order. So we still have customers where their behavior is if they need something, they just pick up the phone and give us a call. And in that case, obviously, if there's no web session, there's no information in Google Analytics, there's nothing to synchronize back to. You just have a hollow transaction with no session data, no user data around it. But in the event that there was a web session or a number of web sessions, right, because of the users, we just synchronize that back, right, and it gets attributed to the specific sessions. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it does. I think attribution is not a one-size-fits-all kind of answer. It's more dependent on your business and how you kind of have your different channels set up. So
certainly, and on the attribution front, I mean, we're using our data-driven attribution to evaluate all the touch points.
Great. So I think that is the amount of questions we wanted to cover off today with you. Again, really appreciate your time, Alessandro. Great session. Perfect on timing. We're right on time at 1 o'clock. Thank you again. Any final words?
No, thank you. And as I said before, I'm really looking forward to the rest of the presentations today. I'm excited to be part of the audience.
Great. You're a great addition, so appreciate it. So with that, we are now at time for our first break. So we're going to take a few minutes here, let you all get up, get some coffee, get some water, do what you got to do. And we're going to start back at 1:10. Our next session is about identity resolution, so a very timely, topical subject. So please come back at 1:10 and we'll start again. Thank you. Okay, I think we are back from our first break. So thank you all for rejoining us. Our next session covers something that is top of mind for a lot of advertisers. Privacy laws are changing, browsers are changing, and that's affecting the way we can track users and create personalized experiences for them. So our next panel is going to come in and give us some of their collective wisdom. So we have from Google, Steve Yap, who's the Managing Director of Technology Platforms, Abhi Sachdeva, who is the Chief Technical Officer from 1-800-Flowers, and our very own Bryan Lamb, who heads up our digital analytics architecture team at InfoTrust. So gentlemen, welcome. And Steve, I'll let you take it away.
Awesome. So thank you for having me today. I'm going to skip the usual video conference. Can everyone hear me? And just assume that I'm going, or at least I just look like a talking head. But thanks again for having me. A really important topic here, and I'm excited to talk to Bryan and Abhi a little bit about that in kind of our chat. But just to kind of set the stage, as you can imagine, I've had this discussion a few times with a lot of our clients, given all that's happening to the world. And just to kind of, at least get everyone on the same page as we talk about it. But before we even do that, I kind of want to set this expectation. I've been in the industry since 99. I've been with DoubleClick since 2000, and so I've seen a lot of changes in the industry. And we've had a lot of discussion topics like this in terms of how the industry is changing and evolving over time. This is unlike any other conversation I personally have ever had within the industry, right? Because what we're talking about really doesn't have any definitive timelines yet. There's no definitive solution in market yet. And there's also an awful lot of speculation. And then all of that coupled with the simple fact that it's literally changing the landscape of how many of us have gone to market makes it for a very interesting topic. So without further ado, let's talk about what's actually happening in the world today. Privacy has obviously been at the forefront of our industry, since its inception. But moreover, if you kind of look at the latest progressions, it's really kind of taken a turn to really address kind of users' overarching concerns around what data of theirs is being collected, and more importantly, how it's used. And as such, that has resulted in kind of a higher expectation, if you will, by all of the consumers in terms of, or with regards to privacy. The industry, as it always has responded in kind, and it's actually being addressed on almost two different fronts, right? So on the first front, you've got the regulatory side of it. And everyone's really famous about all of the great acronyms out there, which is all given us fits at one time or another in terms of adjusting to them, like GDPR and the CCPA. But at some part or portion in around the world today, most countries have legislative or regulatory-based policies that actually address use and restricted use of personal data and how it's being used. And then more importantly, it's got added restrictions on, user consent and actually how that consent's obtained. The second portion of this whole thing is obviously on the platforms, which has recently been brought to the forefront. And so when you think about platform changes, you think immediately in recent context, Apple's changing on their operating systems, right? You think about Chrome's announcement about redaction of third-party cookies, right? All of which actually kind of signal kind of a bigger trend within the industry itself. And so it really comes down to three big things. There's going to be a decrease in third-party cookies and device IDs. Right, and all of that shift will now start to really shift and focus on first-party data and what actually first-party data is. Interestingly enough, I've had a lot of conversations about how do you define first-party data, and so we could talk a little bit about that probably a little bit later. The second is you're going to have more of a reliance on aggregated and anonymized measurement and results, and so if you think about modeling techniques, this is where, and Neil Hoyne was actually earlier on talking about this in terms of why machine learning is so important. right? To be able to take aggregated data and be able to actually learn from it in real time with a good degree of certainty and confidence. And then the last one, which has been really interesting and a pretty hot topic, especially as it relates to retailers, has been this idea of the decrease in ceiling of direct observable conversions, right? And the possibility of actually the entire industry moving to more of this modeled conversion type of metric, which is very familiar in terms of the, in broadcast TV and in radio, of course. So with all of those beautiful things, we have both Bryan and Abhi here. And so Abhi, I'm going to start with you. I just painted a picture, a lovely environment of somewhat nightmare proportions. Would love to kind of understand or just provide us with like an overview of how 800 Flowers actually thinking about this as the industry changes.
So first, thank you for having me, guys, out here. And as you mentioned, Steve, this is a changing world, right? It literally what's been happening 6 months ago will not be the same 6 months later. And as the policies are changing and as we're coming across with all the new terms like GDPR or CCPAs and all, we are very super careful what we are collecting, right? And how we are interacting with our customer back, right? We don't want it to be stepping away from the boundaries which we have set as the guiding principles for us when we are collecting the data, and we don't want it to get the third-party data which is not legalized or anything like that in that fashion of it or anything like that. But how we are thinking and how we are planning to do it into it is like what you mentioned about the first-party cookie data and all that kind of a thing, or first-party data. We've been working from last almost 6-8 months or more, probably like that, since the announcement of a Chrome thing happened or all those things, the policies changes happening. We've been collecting the data in our level and building our enterprise ID. Our challenge is one of the level is somewhere at a different. We are multi-brand also, right? We are not just one brand as a 1-800-Flowers. We consist of 12 other brands as an enterprise, right? So for us, even for our brand two, which is, let's say, Harry and David, is a third party for flowers, right? So, and when the customer browses for flowers, Harry and David could be a different way, but we need to sync it and we need to merge our customer into the same funnel and all this kind of thing. So collecting the data is very key for us in a same fashion, building an enterprise ID, which is a unique ID for every customer, not because, again, still customer love to shop as a guest user. Right, and that's where the biggest challenge comes when they cross between the brands and all this kind of a thing. But again, thinking about it, how we build our CRM, right? How we're collecting all our information regarding that, how we want to connect the customer contextual data, behavior data, and bringing back the right information to the customer instantly in a real-time basis. Previously, we used to see it from a second visit. Now we are working more towards is how we can do the real-time stuff for us in that same fashion. Does it make sense?
Does. I'm trying to find the mute buttons. My apologies. Bryan, any thoughts around that as well in terms of how InfoTrust is obviously thinking about as it advises customers on kind of this new world order?
Yeah, and it's interesting. You were talking about being in more of an anonymous world than what we have been historically. I would say it's become more challenging to have first-party awareness or know an individual's identity than it has been previously. I think it's still possible. The things we have to start thinking about is there's a more increased focus on understanding. Ultimately, you're trying to get users to identify themselves, but it's a two-way street. Like there has to be value in why they're doing it, and so that's looking at that overall. What is that give and take value? Like there's reasons that we as an organization or a company are looking to do this, but also recognizing what is the value of the end user and being able to communicate why should you be doing this? Why are you allowing us to identify you? And then on top of that, with all the changing landscape, it's not just identifying you, but you were talking about the landscape of consent and being able to collect this information. All of that is being able to understand and communicate and articulate well to people why you're doing this. What is the value of it? And not just this passive, like, just please let me do this. And being able to explain to them the value for them, because there can be value for them and for us, especially in the realm of personalization. Like that's where the true value, like, we're not just asking this because we want to know you. We want to know you because we want to personalize this experience for you. We want you to find value out of being a customer of ours.
And that's sorry.
No, go ahead.
And that's where the real-time personalization comes into the picture, because showing the value, because you cannot tell the customer straight away out there, but they're showing the real-time personalization that we're collecting you, but we are serving you what you wanted to serve today, right? What you're here for at that moment. And that automatically serves the purpose of it and building the ground with our customer base, in a sense of like, I built this thing now when you will be the next time you will be coming, it will be much more precise, relevant information for you. And that's how we build the trust with them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's a very good point. It's one thing to say all these things about the value and why you're asking for it. It's another to make sure you're actually doing it, because you're asking for a trust relationship. And if you're not actually doing the things that you say you're going to do, or what the value is, then there can be a potential like disconnect in what's going on.
Yeah, so you're both bringing up a really good point, right? Especially around, as you think about kind of the regulatory aspect that I brought up in terms of really examining how companies are obtaining consent, right? And how clear that is. Anecdotally, we do know from research that like around 70% of consumers are more than happy to provide personalized information about themselves to companies if they can increase kind of and make better the experience that they have with those particular brands. Now, I think it's, Bryan, you brought up a great point in terms of how do you end up doing that, right? Especially when it seems like the industry conditions now are set to really challenge your ability to do personalization. And so on that topic, Abhi, I'll start with you again. There's obviously a balance now, right? Because I think the biggest fear about marketers is that, wow, you're going to take away my ability to kind of really target certain messages to certain individuals, given kind of the limitations and the technologies that are being suggested. And so, are we going to go back to the days of the internet with the dancing stick man on the publisher websites? But in an effort to kind of keep that personalization, no one wants to kind of put their company at risk. So, Abhi, how do you think about that balance between really a consumer's want and need to interact with you on a more meaningful level, also with, all right, a lot of the stuff isn't necessarily clear between right and wrong. There's the policy, and then there's the spirit of the policy. So how do you balance that to make sure that you're keeping your company in kind of the trusted graces of the consumer?
It's not an easy answer. I don't think so. Anybody has a clear answer for that in my mind at this moment. But you're very right. As a customer, as an end customer, I like these policies, right? You cannot take my data and share it with anybody and all that and follow me along in every part of my world, wherever I go on into. Right. On the other side, from a marketing side of it, or from a business point of view, it's getting very challenging, right? The expenses wise, it's going to go a little bit higher. The marketing expense because now you cannot target cleanly towards that customer and understand that and bring them back to your brand, right? But at that same time said, it's a trust and a brand relation. What the trust building exercise is, what the brand going to do between the customer, that's going to help us to build it. But if you think from other point, is like at this moment also for the brands which we don't trust when we are browsing or when we're shopping with them, we do not save our credit card information. Right? That was a valid, if you think about it, the wallet information or credit card information, we do not save it. We shop it one time, we're done for all. We did it and all that stuff. This world, in my mind, how this is transforming, it's transforming to that level, right? Where the customer data, the brands you're going to trust, you're going to feel confident. I'm going to give them my information because they're going to keep it secure and they're going to serve me the best results. So the next time I'm shopping, it's a it's a better experience for me because how I save my credit card information at this moment, right? It's the same. It's now we are increasing the level where we used to be just the credit card information. We are going with our taste, our flavor, our interest onto what we are here for. We're taking this to that level now. Our customer is going to that level now, and that's actually good and bad. Bad for the marketing because until they don't brand not going to break that trust with that customer, they're not going to feel confident. But ultimately, it's going to give a value because now you're going to get a very potential customers and you're going to retain them for a longer time, right? The retention rate going to go higher with this because now you are filtering down the noise and you're making a very one-to-one relation with a very trusted customer who actually wanted to give you their information, right? And then you take it wisely and manage it.
Yeah, I would imagine that, I think that the industry will most certainly have an easier time figuring out how do I maintain relationships with those loyal customers, right? And the ones, with the highest lifetime value that we've identified. I think the other aspect of that is obviously prospecting, right? And looking at that. How do you think about that kind of going forward? And are we looking at kind of moving back to billboard-based marketing to the masses?
Kind of, yes. The expenses will be high, as I mentioned. Like, I do not know probably in my mind the expenses and a random marketing to capture the customer and giving them something will be there. The biggest challenge going to be faced by new brands, new startups, right? That's going to be the biggest challenge where we all going to face, right? And those are the things like where I'm bringing a great customer, like this is a problem I'm solving and all those kind of a thing for the customer, but how I'm going to convince my customer to trust me on that one, right? And that's where it's going to come down to, but it's going to be, I'm pretty sure it's a challenge for the CMOs and all that stuff who have to think about this to the next level. But that's where I do not know the precise answer to your question, Steve, to be true, how we can literally solve that going forward. After, let's say, iOS put their changes and all those things happen when the Apple do it, customer from a very get-go, when they're going to download an app or when they're going to come on the site, they're not going to feel confident, I'm going to share my information with you, right? If I'm new to a brand or new to stuff, I will not do that. I don't know this company. Even you have done the best PR in the world and you created the best things, but I don't know you yet. Until I don't know you yet, I'm not going to give you my information.
Yeah, and that is, I mean, I hit the nail on the head, right? Like as I kind of referred to it at the beginning, there really is no great answer right now, and I think that's also where we have the challenge in the industry. It comes with a huge opportunity, right? In terms of how do we rethink the ways and the manner in which we actually approach things like prospecting, things like how do you generate a relationship with the consumer with limited knowledge and permissions in terms of what about that individual and what they kind of want to interact with. So we touched a little bit on kind of those levers, in terms of the technology. One kind of great debate that has always kind of been prevalent within the industry, especially with the emergence of all of these technologies, has been this kind of concept about in-housing versus outsourcing. And I think that as we're shifting to kind of a more privacy-centric world, companies are going to have to rely a lot more on kind of their consumer relations and their consumer assets, right, and their consumer data, that first-party data that we keep on referring to. Hey, Bryan, how do you look at it when you're thinking about kind of architecture around either buying to own and kind of in-housing it all, or in-housing portions of it and outsourcing some, or just outsourcing it all to kind of more industry experts?
Yeah, and I think part of that, it kind of bleeds into what you were talking about when we're talking about prospecting and the strengthened reliance or need to really have first-party data. I think what it's all driving towards is what do I have to do to get the best understanding of the customers that I haven't met yet based on the customers that I have. It's really, I feel like we're going to see a much larger shift towards how efficient can I make my lookalike audiences or my lookalike targeting, and really, really understand my customer and what do they look like. I think companies always want to understand their customers. I think this is just going to drive that to another level, because they're going to have to be operating in a bit of a vacuum where they can't target their customers the way they traditionally have. And so when we talk about the outsourcing and insourcing, you know, I think there's going to be a bit of a shift, because companies know their clients or their customers best. They have that information. I think it's going to be a little bit harder to push that out to an outsourced party to understand, unless you're being very direct in what you're trying to figure out. But you're going to know your clients, your customers, you're going to know your business. And so with that, it kind of potentially shifts to more in-house, because trying to onboard or upskill somebody else about your business and your customers and how they need to be targeted is a little bit more difficult. You could probably still outsource how you do that, like, you know, from an ad perspective potentially, but the audience and the strategy of what you're doing potentially becomes more in-house, because it's going to be so critical to understand what your customer is. And it is not necessarily a one model fits all. Oh, I know you're in this industry, I know what you do, I know how to target that. It's probably not going to work as well as it probably has in the past.
Yeah, I think those are great points, especially when you touched on you were hinting a little bit about the internal talent matrix, right, and skill sets, not only just the assets involved, but the people who actually need to leverage those. Abhi, how do you think about that in terms of the, you know, in-housing, outsourcing, and then obviously the talent mixture, which is obviously critical?
No, I 100% agree with what has been shared right now. It has to be mostly in-house, right? Because again, as this data going to be so much like a currency for a brand, right? It's a kind of a currency which they're going to use to get more and understand the customer better. And again, as these privacy laws going to keep getting more harder, you will be hesitant to share with a third party, right? Keep getting more harder. You will be hesitant to share with a third party, right? Even though you go through all the DPAs and all those kind of a thing, you will still going to have some kind of a hesitance because as it's going to go, something can go wrong, right? But again, building those practices in-house where you capture the data in a more of a cleaner format, which is not, you cannot be, you cannot identify, but to manage your PII information, but still you have an identifier to understand who Abhi is, for example, without knowing Abhi last name, his information, and all those kind of a thing, but identifier, and then capturing his browsing behavior, right, along or tackling around where he goes or what he has done it. And then if you wanted to use the data with a third party without giving any Abhi's information, right, what you have shared it in that with the third, so that you can actually compute it faster than your in-house and then produce the result back faster, right, in a more of a services and all that stuff, and then show the results. That could be something we have to look into it. But like earlier in the past, companies used to just drop a pixel and then you carry along every information of that customer, including the first name, last name, and all that, blah, blah, blah. That is the world which we are changing to. We're not going to have that anymore. In next coming months, I'm not even talking years, in coming months, we're going to see that is like not going to happen. Like, because companies going to change the laws, like operating systems, a browser not going to let you do that, like literally to that extent. So those things will change. So that's why you have to have mostly your in-house team doing majority of the work. But yes, as you need it to use the talent, expose the data to them, compute it fast, bring it back in, serve to your customer.
So, with that, and I recognize we're about 6 minutes out. So if I may, do you have any, best practices, things that you're thinking about that hey, this is coming now, here are ways in which I feel we need to prepare, and things that you've already begun to leverage. And Bryan, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I think the critical thing there, historically, I think companies want you to be able to provide your identity. I think it becomes even more critical, especially when you think about cross-device and the loss of third-party cookies and just wanting to be able to track things. I think whatever you can do in order to, one, get that user to identify themselves with you so you can start that relationship, but also, what can I do to make sure that regardless of the device they're on or how they're coming to me, I am able to recognize and know that it's the same person? Because it's one thing to get a person to create an account, but if they're not in the habit of, like, from an experience perspective, from my, I want to make sure that I'm always logged in everywhere because I want that consistent experience. And then recognizing potentially some of the efforts you're doing. Are there ways that I can carry that that identity across devices without necessarily asking that person to log in? There are engagements you make with existing customers, and how can I make sure when I'm bringing them back that I don't have to ask them again, who are you? I know who you are. I brought this experience. And it almost feeds back to that, like, doing what we promised. Like, you gave us your identity and you've given us the ability to personalize. We want to make sure that you're confident that we now know who you are and we're not asking over and over again, wait, who are you? Oh yeah, now I can do this.
Yeah. Avi, what do you think? Some any insights that you're preparing for and kind of the mindsets that you're walking into this with?
Yeah, as I said, we started walking on this journey almost a year ago, to be true. Like, in my mind, like, coming out of the sessions, if the brands are still copying and managing the sessions of our customers, like, you have to be thinking, and we came out of a session, we manage into your JWT tokens, you carry your token along, you keep the lifeline of a token for a longer time, right? Store the customer information into the local storage of the browser of the customer, so when that customer is coming back, you're serving most of the information back to that customer from their local storage. You don't even have to do all those kind of things. There's so many good practices which is meant to be done now because it's getting more critical and critical, right? So building that kind of what I was talking about, the enterprise ID, which and then stitching the profile of a customer behind the scene, right? As a customer browse with us and coming back on a second visit or a third visit or anything like that, keep stitching the profile in the background so that you know who this customer is. Every time, as you mentioned, we do not want it to say who you are again, right? Definitely. Now that's a bad experience, right? Even though if you don't want to greet that customer like this is Abi because the customer has not logged in or anything, behind the scene, you still need to know that customer, right? Literally at this moment, that's a requirement. It's not even optional nowadays, right? I don't want it, and again, like simple as that, I don't want it to serve everybody a coupon promotion code of a 20% to everybody like that. I'm going to serve it to the right person who needs to know it, not everybody, right? And that's how the company is going to manage their margins and all those kind of things too. So these are the different things, but the most important is build your tech stack in a fashion where you capture your tokens, keep your lifeline of the tokens longer as far as you can, keeping all the policies right with the browsers and the companies like Google and Apple and all those guys who's providing us the guidelines, and then keep building your CRM, CDPs, and all those kind of things to serve the customer right of that side of it.
Yeah, that's so thank you both. Those are I think those are really, really well articulated solutions and things that to give people to think about. I'll add my own that things that I've been kind of advising customers on as we head into this. So my first one is something that I've learned from my manager Sean Downey, which is you really have to enter into this space in the explorer mindset. Really have this idea of the ways in which we got here will not be the ways in which carry us forward. And so with that explorer mindset, think about innovation, think about things that you haven't done that you might have dismissed in the past that might actually be, that might be, you might be able to do in the future. Leverage what you have, right? Gordon Gekko's famous quote out of Wall Street, data is the most important commodity. leverage all you have and protect it. And so find different ways of, in terms of collection and creating those relationships. Test, evaluate, and test again. There will be several different solutions that will show up and arise. Technology is born of challenge. And so I'm a big proponent of looking at that. And then lastly, just make sure as companies, you're always asking, as you're entering into gray area, is this the spirit of the policies and the restrictions, or is this kind of in violation of those? I really enjoyed speaking to you, and I'm going to hand it back over to Pat, maybe.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for that. I feel 10 times smarter already, having heard you all discuss this really important thing. It's a brave new world, and I think this is only the start of a lot more conversation, or the continuation of a lot more conversation on this topic. So we're going to take a real quick break. Again, thank you, Steve, Bryan, Avi, for joining us. We'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes and welcome our next presenter. So take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think we are back. So thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. So we're going to build on the common theme for the day, data. And our next session is about using data to better predict the future using past results. Data science and propensity modeling are becoming more a big part of what enterprises are doing within their marketing arsenal. So I'm going to welcome back Michael Loban, and who's joined by Rohit and Leigh from Estée Lauder. And they're going to talk about how they used customer lifetime value to help their Clinique brand drive some amazing results in their marketing performance. So Michael, I'll turn it over to you.
Brad, thank you so much. Hello, everyone, again. I hope everyone is having a stellar day. And we'll talk for a few minutes about customer lifetime value. What's interesting about customer lifetime value before we get into the definitions and why CLV matters, let's take a quick step back and answer the question from the business side of the table. Why do we need yet another data point? Because certainly it takes some time and effort to get to CLV information, to do that type of analysis. So we better be very clear on why we want to be doing it. And then we'll have the business reason, if you will, to dive into the data and do our analysis, right? So we see CLV as a way to answer three key questions. Number one question is, well, who should we be targeting? Number two is, should we target people in the same way, or how should we vary our promotions, our types of sales, or even digital or purely shopping experience based on CLV information, or based on customer patterns? And number three, something that has been discussed quite a bit in our previous session, can we use this type of information, CLV data, customer lifetime value data, to determine who are the customers that we do not yet have that we should be targeting based on what we know about our existing customer base. Now, on this slide, we can see information about me. I'm Michael Loban, and if we start segmenting information about me by geography, by my behaviors, by my psychographic, by my demographic, we can get a lot of interesting details about where I live, Cincinnati, Ohio. I fly via Delta, or at least I used to when I was able to. I enjoy active lifestyle, male, obviously, and I'm in marketing field. And a lot of times organizations purely use this information to determine what advertisement or what type of promotion to serve me. The question, though, is that actually enough? And are these data points good indicators of what I'm going to buy and if I'm going to buy at all? Now, over the holiday season, just like you, my email on a daily basis was filled with hundreds of emails around different types of promotions. I was offered 20% off here, I was offered 40% there. And even one of the retailers offered me a $50 gift card if I buy their product for the first time. I've never purchased their products before, but now they product for the first time. I've never purchased their products before, but now they were so eager to acquire me that they were offering me gift card. And the question that was in my mind, do I get to keep a gift card if I actually return the product because I don't really need it? That kind of gave me something to think about. Are these indicators actually good, or should we be paying attention to something a little bit different that perhaps is a better indicator of what people might be buying from us? So let's take a look. What is actually customer lifetime value? And the definition, the true definition is of customer lifetime value is the present value of the future net cash flows associated with the customer. Again, let me clarify that this is a forward-looking concept, not to be confused with historical customer profitability. Now, in the past, a lot of times when organizations share their customer lifetime value analysis with us or give us access to their data sets, we see that they're only looking at the historical spend, so how much different customers spent with them, but they are not looking at the projection. How much money can we expect for this customer or for this group of customers to spend with us over years to come? And obviously that it becomes a very important prediction, a very important data point. If I can make the decision and say, look, this is my audience that is very much likely to spend a lot more money with me, then the question is, what type of experience should I deliver to them to keep earning that revenue? Or the question might be, look, the prediction for this audience is the amount of revenue that I can generate from them is very low. Should I even spend a lot of advertising dollars trying to get them to buy from me, if at the end of the day, what will likely happen is that I will overpay for the acquisition and I will not get the money back? So what actually goes into the CLV calculations? CLV calculation takes into account a number of different data points. We have our churn risk. So what is the probability that the person will not actually be our customer? It takes into account purchase propensity, spending habits, the historical value, how much has been spent with our business up to this point. And by taking those data points into account, we calculate customer lifetime value. Now, again, when we calculate customer lifetime value, it's not the individual's customer lifetime value that is so important to us, but it is rather the ability to group our customers based on this information and extrapolate this information to determine who are the new types of customers that we can bring that will have high customer lifetime value. Otherwise, what ends up often happening is that we run advertising promotions, we run different campaigns, we generate one-time transaction, but we do not actually earn a customer that will stay with us for an extended period of time. How does customer lifetime value data look? So if you look at the next slide, here's an example of a table that we put together when we perform customer lifetime value analysis for our partners. We have our customer ID, we have total past revenue, so how much has been spent with our business up to this point. We take a look at the profitability, probability that that customer is active. We look at the expected sales over the next 6 months, over the next 12 months, over the next 24 months, and then we look at customer lifetime value. And then based on this information, we put together our segments and we determine how should our marketing, communication, and overall digital experience that we deliver be different based on these types of metrics. So in summary, it allows us to do a very interesting type of CLV-based personalization. If you look at the next slide, CLV helps us think about how to optimize our acquisition spending and customer experience for maximum value rather than just minimum cost. And it positions us for long-term success because, again, it helps us determine how do we attract customers that will not just buy once or twice from us, but customers that will stay with us for an extended period of time. And now I would like to pass this over to Rohit and Leigh to share with us an example of how we've done this at Clinique and what were the results of the work.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for providing all this great context and the motivation behind our work. Thank you so much. Can you move to the next slide, please? Okay, now moving on to the not so fun part, or maybe the fun part, depending on the interest, that how we actually build this model. You know, what kind of data we used and why, and what was the outcome. So as you can see here on the slide, we built the model in GCP, which is Google Cloud Platform, and leveraged its analytic framework, which includes BigQuery, and we used it as our data storage. Our data set contained close to 3.5 million users with 4 years of transaction history. We took different approaches to build this model. One of them was we tried simple linear regression model. There were some trials on out-of-the-box statistical models, which are also known as buy till you die models, which only leverage the RFM metrics. But we eventually ended up using the neural network model, which is more complex and uses a lot more features along with the RFM metrics. For example, we leveraged our first-party data their user profile information, their registration date, for example, their opt-in status, their loyalty information, how many points they have, which tier they are in, the products they have purchased in the past at a category level, at a subcategory level, payment method they have used, whether they have a stored payment method in their account, and a lot of different other data attributes. We also included their site behavioral data, to understand how many times they have been on our site recently. Our hypothesis of including the site behavioral data was that a customer can have a one transaction, but they might have multiple recent site visits. It's much more valuable than a consumer who also have one transaction but never came back. Similarly, a customer who makes a transaction and leaves a review on the site is much more valuable than the consumer who just makes a transaction and, again, don't leave a review or don't engage with us after making the transaction. Also, when we looked at the feature importance while building these models, we figured out that, of course, the RFM metrics, they were up there in terms of feature importance, but there were a few surprises. Like the stored payment method. If a customer has a stored payment method in their account, they were found to be more valuable than the customer who doesn't have it. Similarly, the products related features, the products they have purchased in the past at a category and subcategory level also helped us to understand what category or subcategory or franchises are driving high value among our consumers. Finally, with all this great work, what do we get back? So model predicts 3 values for us at a user level, which we use. How much they're going to spend in the next 12 months, how many transactions they're going to make in the next 12 months, and their probability to churn in the next 12 months. And this prediction time frame, whether it's 12 months from now or 6 months from now or 18 months from now, it's adjustable depending on the business need. We can change that. And we call this as CLV model, but in reality, there are 3 sub-models under this big umbrella of CLV model, which are predicting these 3 values for us. Now I will hand it over to Leigh, who will share with us how we're bringing this model outputs to life and how are we driving our marketing initiatives.
Thank you so much, Rohit. So I'm going to take you a little bit through how we leverage this day to day. So I think we're going to the next slide, if you could. So we have this amazing model now with the help of InfoTrust and our team working together so beautifully. But what does it do for us? So before, we just knew what people did historically. We had that hindsight view that Michael was talking about. Now we can combine that with their predicted behavior. And what that does for us is unlocks new customer segments that we never had before. And as a digital marketer in the very competitive beauty space, I'm always looking for an edge. There's so much competition out there, and I need to have the best performance out of every campaign that's possible. And one of the ways to do that is to improve your targeting. So before this model, we had some basic value targets like a low value consumer or a high value consumer. But now what we can do with the combination of the model and historical data is we have 4 segments instead of just 2. So if you look at that 2 by 2 on the bottom, the top 2 blocks are basically people who are high value today. But what the model uncovers is there's 2 subgroups in that bucket. The first is people who are high value today, but are probably churned. So those are people that you might have a pre-lapse or a lapse program. You might target them with that type of campaign. Then on the right, you have your most valuable loyal customers that are high value today and predicted to be high value going forward, and you want to retain them as best as possible. Then if you look at the bottom 2 quadrants, they're all currently low value customers. And again, you can split them into 2 more focused groups. The first is people who are low value today and predicted to be low value in the future. You might not want to spend a lot of your resources there because they're probably lost to you. So you can conserve your resources and instead focus on the future VIPs who are low value today, but are predicted to be high potential in the future. And that's a much more efficient audience that you can go after. And it's a high percentage of first-time buyers that you can then convert to a second purchase. So if we can go to the next slide, I can tell you how we operationalize this. So with each of our marketing campaigns, we can take these new audiences, and whether that's paid or CRM or even old school things like direct mail, we can use these much better audiences to drive the campaigns. And the 3 main use cases today are, first, retargeting customers based on CLV. So when we first stood up the model. Our very first test was in paid social media, and we went after directly targeting those high value loyal people in the top right quadrant. And we saw that it was very effective at finding those valuable consumers, and it uncovered people that you wouldn't have gotten from your basic CRM list. So there were definitely people that might have been dormant for a while or inactive for a while, but were still high potential, and we were able to reach them because of it. And we saw that in paid media, it was one of our highest return on ad spend e-commerce audiences. So we're very happy with that. We're now testing the future VIP audience in multiple channels, and we'll see how that performs. The second major use case is nurturing those consumers. And I talked about those one-time buyers. We have a lot of those in the beauty industry, and I think in many other industries you have a similar challenge. And by breaking down those currently low value folks into those two groups, you can better target your resources. So you can focus on those future VIPs, and you can do this in paid, but the biggest impact you'll have to go after these folks is usually in your CRM or life cycle marketing programs and a lot of your owned channels. So that's something that we're working on today. And then the final use case that we're using the model for is to acquire new high value customers. So now that we know a lot more about who's high value and predicted to be high value, we can create much better audiences. So what we did was we combined information from our CRM list with the information from the high value loyal audience in the model, and that made our lookalike audiences much more accurate. So we could go out and find more of those high value customers. And we're still continuing to test and learn today and apply this in many other areas. We've had great results, and we've had such a great partnership with InfoTrust, but we can still scale this much further. It can be applied to customer service. It can be applied to promotions, as Michael mentioned, where you can really send your richest deals to the customers that matter. But that's just a little bit about how we're applying it today. And with that, I'll kick it back to Michael.
Thank you so much, Leigh and Rohit. Let me ask you a question, since you just shared how you use this information, which is incredibly valuable. How do you, within the organization, how do you think about moving from getting access to the data, right, having this type of analysis, to actual experimentation, right, putting this information to good use and running different types of campaigns, using these new segments to see if there is a difference, if there is a lift. What does the process look like to begin that part of experimentation?
Yeah, so what we decided to go after first is that in our very first in the wild test of this new targeting, we went into the world of paid media. A lot of times, again, you would use these audiences in CRM, but that takes a while to get the results because you got to wait maybe for somebody to open an email over time. And so the way to get a fastest test was to use paid media. So we focused on that loyal audience, and we went out in paid social. And the interesting thing we saw was to try to have a very conservative test, we didn't create new creative at first for that audience. We just served the same creative that we would normally serve, the same offers, but just saw what the difference is between audience A or audience B. And we saw that it was a very effective audience. And so then the next step after proving that the model works is to test and learn, right? You still have to then do all of the work of A/B testing different creative to find out what really moves these different segments. But at least now with the more focused segments, you have better insights at where they are in their relationship to you, like whether or not they've churned and so forth. This is an important piece of information when you decide what messages to send them.
Well, one of the themes throughout the presentation, and certainly something that Neil mentioned at the beginning, was building the cross-functional team and the role of a data storyteller, if you will. How do both of you think about building a cross-functional team? On one hand, obviously having the technical skill set that Rohit was talking about and sharing what the technical team has done. On the other hand, Leigh, what you've mentioned, right? How do we ask the right business questions and put this to right business use? Do you have any recommendations to the attendees and to other companies on what right type of team might look like and what skill sets we need to have?
Sure, Michael. This is a very good question. The thing is that whenever we talk about such initiatives, there is so much focus on building the models, right? We always focus around, okay, this model building is an important piece of this, but that's just a small piece in the big puzzle. There is so much which goes around it. There are so many teams, so many people involved in making this initiative a success. I mean, if you talk from the tech perspective, we have data engineers, who are involved right from the start in building those data pipelines and processing the data in a format that can be used for the modeling. Then, of course, we have data scientists who have expertise in machine learning concepts, who actually build the models. And then we have data analysts who actually uses this output from the models and also a lot of other data points about our consumers, the first-party data attributes, and kind of depending on the business need, what is the business requirement, they kind of dig deep into the data and bring insights and share it with the teams. Often I've seen that there's a big overlap between these responsibilities. It's a data scientist who is also kind of responsible for analysis and also helps engineers as well. So there's an overlap always there, but that's the kind of three engineers, the data engineer, data scientist, and data analyst from the tech perspective. Now coming onto the business side, we have brand teams, who are responsible for planning and driving these CRM campaigns, to target our consumers across different channels, whether it's Leigh mentioned, whether it's paid media or email or SMS or direct mail even. They are the ones who decides, what content to serve them, or what creative, offers that can be used to target those consumers, what products we target them with. So basically it's the data team who kind of defines that who to target, and then it's the business teams who tells us, how and where to target. And then finally, of course, once all these things kind of decided, then it kind of comes to the final activation where we partner with our teams like, Google itself and external agencies who finally help us, set up the campaign, monitor it, and then share the result back to us.
I love that split, right? So on one hand, we have, let's look at the data and figure out who to target. And on the other hand, let's figure out how and where we can meet them. And one thing, just again, to call out about customer lifetime value, and Peter Fader, who wrote a number of books on customer centricity and customer lifetime value, always says that you should not worry about creating an ideal experience for everyone, right? And CLV also is not really a metric just to think about what types of discounts or what types of promotions to offer different audiences. It's really about understanding your overall customer base, your audience, and determining what type of experience you should deliver to each one.
Sure.
Yeah, and I would just footnote that it was so important to work with your. Yeah, and I would just footnote that it was so important to work with your team, because not only do you bring the expertise and all the models that you build, but I think a lot of brands must be in the same situation. We're fortunate enough to have a data scientist like Rohit on our team, but even then, we don't necessarily have all the in-house resources to do the scripting and the maintenance of the model all the time. And I think a lot of brands are probably in the same position where they don't have all those people full-time on staff. So it's great to have a partner who does.
Great point. Thank you, Leigh. A couple of things just to round this discussion up. One thing that Rohit mentioned and demonstrated was how we went through the process of determining who to target and the analysis that was done. And there's always a question of, can this be simplified, right? And to what Neil was mentioning at the beginning, at the keynote, there's machine learning and there's other advances within cloud and other solutions. This process can be hopefully done faster and faster as the time goes by. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that I mentioned, and if we look at the next slide, is we've all seen the changes that are coming up in J4, right? Google made a pretty big announcement last year talking about the next iteration of Google Analytics, J4. And next slide, you can see that actually customer lifetime value is taking almost a center stage within J4. And many of the reports will have CLV information built into them. And that's important because hopefully it will minimize the need to do so much of, let's say, advanced analysis. And this will help you get pique the interest within the team, show them the power of this information, so then you can invest into doing sophisticated additional modeling that may not be available within the UI itself. But this is a huge leap forward for companies to have access to this information. And on the next slide, you can see a few more examples and additional metrics that are becoming available as part of GA4, such as lifetime value average, lifetime engagement, lifetime transactions, and many others. So the first step that companies can take is literally right there. And then we can decide, now that we have access to this information and we start building segments based on this information, can we generate value for our business, and then focus even more on doing this type of analysis. Leigh, Rohit, since we have a few more minutes, maybe I can ask you another question. Another theme that we heard throughout the discussion today was around the first-party data strategy. How do you think about that topic?
Again, a great question, Michael, which is so much relevant now more than ever, when there are significant changes happening in the industry about how the browsing data is tracked and captured, which eventually affects how marketers reach out to their consumers and measure the impact of their work. That's where the first-party data becomes so much valuable to any organization. This is the data which is given to us directly by our consumers. This is the golden data, which is most accurate, reliable, and relevant to our business. And with all this data privacy and protection laws and directives nowadays, it allows us to enforce all those regulations much more easily and consistently on it. And of course, since we own the data, we collect the data, and even in long term, it's a considerable amount of money saving in case we need to purchase this data from someone else. But more often than not, I've seen that organizations struggle with two things, both the quality and the quantity of the first-party data. Even if we have the data, it's like kind of spread across multiple silos, and it's not consistent, which makes it difficult to join the dots and then get a comprehensive picture about our consumers. We should definitely aim to bring these silos under one hood, a central repository of data like CDP. We have talked about CDP so many times, but that's where it becomes valuable, where we can connect the dots, and it should then become a go-to place for like marketers to understand the consumer better, and also like the tech teams comprising of data analysts or data scientists to do their advanced analytics. At the same time, if you talk about the quantity of the data, definitely organizations should also try to expand their consumer data capture capabilities. With so much focus on the data privacy these days, consumers nowadays, they are cautious that what exactly they are sharing with us. That's where organization needs to step up their privacy policies, their internal processes to handle the PII data. Information. Moreover, we also need to try to engage them more with us, so that we collect more data about them, about their, like during this process when they're engaging with us, we collect more and more rich data about them. I give an example that what we did at Clinique. We launched clinical reality a couple of years ago. This is an AI-powered virtual diagnostic tool where consumers, they just upload their picture, answer a few questions about themselves, their likes and dislikes, and then we diagnose their primary skin concern, whether it's fatigue or lines or wrinkles or hyperpigmentation or acne. It's a fun, engaging experience for our consumers, but the data captured during that experience is so valuable for us to understand them better and recommend them right products and more personal experience going forward. And I believe that's what our consumers need from us. I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely, you did. Leigh, anything to add?
Yeah, I think it's really comes back to that experience. And once you have the data, how do you use marketing automation and personalization to craft that experience? Because like half the equation is is finding those people, putting together that holistic view of that person so that then you can really take the experience, especially online or in applications, to the next level, which means you have to have a whole host of other technologies to try to execute that in real time. But we're on a journey to trying to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Pat, back to you.
Great, thank you all so much. Leigh, I love that comment. We're on a journey, and just like you're on a journey, we're on a journey as well today. So we're going to take a quick break while we get our next panel set up to talk. So we'll come back in about 3 or 4 minutes, and Michelle Pliskin and her all-star panel will be having some great topics to discuss. Be right back.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and we are back. So 2:20, and our next session is going to be led by Michelle Pliskin, who leads our industry team for retail and e-commerce. So Michelle's going to lead a panel discussion with some great brands and talk about innovation and thought leadership. So Michelle, I will kick it over to you.
Cool. Thank you, Pat. Hi, everyone. Very, very great to be here. So yeah, we have a panel today to really write innovation and thought leadership, a very broad topic. We culled it down to make it pretty applicable to kind of this whole current situation that we're in. And also we're going to be talking about a few different cool initiatives just within the analytics industry. And I can say cool with confidence here since we are all on an analytics summit. So I know that everyone's going to enjoy what we'll discuss. Before we do jump in, we're just going to do a quick round of intros. So like I mentioned, my name is Michelle Pliskin and I am industry team lead at InfoTrust for 20 of our e-commerce and retail clients. Super excited to be here with all of these really and just advanced brands. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Brent to say a quick hello.
Hey, thanks, Michelle. Hey, everyone. Brent Walker, Associate Manager of eBusiness at Whitecap. I lead our digital advertising and SEO initiatives here. Very involved in analytics and online attribution as well. Yeah, excited to be here.
How about Ramesh?
Hello, everyone. My name is Ramesh Sundram. I am the head of BI and analytics at SPANX. That means responsibilities for all the way from data architecture, reporting and analytics, and some machine learning and data science projects as well. So excited to be here, eager to learn about from some of the other panelists here.
Cool. James.
Good afternoon. My name is James Alexander. I work at Estée Lauder Companies Online, where I head up e-commerce analytics and retention initiatives across all of our direct-to-consumer brand.com experiences. So that's over 300 sites from MAC to our tiny, small and mighty fragrance portfolio. So a broad spectrum of prestige brands.
Cool. Venkat, want to round us out?
Hi, hey, thanks, InfoTrust, Michelle. Thanks, panel members. My name is Venkat Rajamohan. I'm the Director of E-commerce Analytics at Tailored Brands. It's the parent company of both Men's Warehouse, Joseph A. Bank, K&G stores out in the East Coast, and the Moods brand in Canada.
Okay, so get into our first topic of conversation. So in general, how did 2020 and the year that was impact what you decided that the analytics initiatives your organization should focus on in 2021 should be? What are some of your takeaways and just shifts going into this year?
So since I'm on unmute, let me start. So yeah, 2020 was a different kind of year. I always compared that to the whole Y2K, remember the whole drama that happened that everything's going to fall apart. So something to that effect, what happened in 2020, we had a big store presence and we had to like literally move because of the store closing, come to a e-commerce kind of environment. And all our sales shifted to this environment. So first thing first, we had to streamline our operations so that we can fulfill more stuff from the e-commerce side. So we have to get the entire customer, the funnel, the entire analytics lined up. And prepare all our exec reports so that they can get the e-commerce flavor of what's going on. And I sometimes feel that with all due respect to the COVID itself, like it should have happened a little bit earlier, so we could have all jumped on the e-commerce bandwagon sooner than later, and we all be the Amazons of the world today. But having said that, I do definitely feel that COVID has kind of taken our digital planning at least 2-3 years prior to what's supposed to happen.
and go next. Look, I think what is it? It's 2021 now. We've been talking digital for so long. Digital, more mobile, more digital, more data. We've got more choices for the customers. Now, more choices naturally means less loyalty. And look, all COVID has done is been an accelerant. Every company that has been thinking digital, making small investments on a yearly basis, said, you know what, forget about all of that. I'm going to go all in. So that's sort of, the transformation has been in the making for many of us, and it's just like expedited with COVID. I'd say on a day-to-day basis, I'd say a lot of what Venkat was saying is true for many companies. Nobody's, is not seeing the attention that we're getting all of a sudden with digital reports. But what I would say is like how the role of analytics organization has changed. We're a lot more integrated with the rest of the company, not just, our focus has always been on delivering decision support and growth. But now we got skin in the game, a lot more skin in the game as far as success of the company goes. And I'd say, that often means we're doubling down on our initiatives from respect to analytics that comes from infrastructure to picking and choosing like good data science projects that are impactful. Like let's not try to do everything and just really be thoughtful about what will drive growth. I think that's been a big change for us.
Yeah, and I can go next, but Ramesh and Venkat, I agree. Not to sound redundant, but this has been a major catalyst as far as digital investment is concerned. So regardless, we were on track to do these things, but now the roadmap has been shortened a bit. So just considering things like, one thing I was thinking of is Google's automation in 2020. I would imagine it would be better this past year than it has before. So leaning into more automation, definitely considering that. Also thinking ahead, and Michelle, I don't know if we're quite there yet, but we're definitely considering, as organizations always should, being more cost conscious. This increased competition could lead to, higher prices, possibly CPAs going up. So just a few things to consider, but we're definitely focused on, using analytics to inform marketing from a personalization and audience segmentation perspective, just staying as close to our customers as possible continues to be important now more than ever, maybe. Improving site functionality, optimizing UI, UX, other technical issues. And Venkat, I know you're leading omni-channel behavior, obviously interested in that, any interactions between our channels.
Yeah, for sure. I'm a big believer in COVID hasn't changed a lot of our strategies, and I think you've heard that from some of the other people on this panel, but it has been an accelerant. So, here at Estée Lauder, we consider ourselves to be leaders in online. I think, shout out to my Clinique colleagues, the first Clinique website launched in the late 90s. So we've been doing e-commerce for quite a while. But for so many years, we've been allowed to kind of be online and are kind of over there and do online over there, direct to consumer. And so for me, the biggest effect of that accelerant has been how much focus there is on online data and the opportunity to help upskill the rest of the organization on the way we look at certain KPIs, the data that we have that can inform offline or omni-channel initiatives. And so that's been a big focus for us. And then beyond that, it's been, accelerating our pre-existing roadmap of increasing the attractiveness of our websites as places to experience the brand as well as shop, to connect offline to stores and to create profiles and tell us a little bit about your preferences as a consumer and provide personalized experiences.
Yeah, so when it comes to, and we're all saying like the same thing here, right? A lot of emphasis on digital. Like, what were some of those, shifts internally, like that you did see as far as more emphasis on like the digital data? It would be cool just to go a little deeper into that, just in some of like your organizational mindsets changes that you did experience.
Sure, I can start. So Whitecap is no stranger to being nimble and adapting. So I think it was definitely an example of where an organization needs to be responsive to black swan or fast market shifts. So black swan events, meaning, kind of random changes in the market. So yeah, I think we've been, we were successful in, expediting a lot of initiatives in digital, and yeah, that's where all the demand was. So we saw, and this data comes from Google, from March to, I believe, May, there was an industry shift 70% up from where it was. And even after it corrected and kind of stabilized a little bit, we're still 50% up year over year for the industry. And that's that's data from Google for this industry. So yeah, it's definitely not going away. And like I mentioned before, and the panelists mentioned as well, there's so much involvement in digital now.
I'd definitely like to build on that. I think one of the things we know that more consumers are now shopping digital, which means that we have more opportunities to be relevant, frankly, and provide an experience that's useful. So that personalization at scale is still a work in progress for many of us. I would say that that does present sort of the other side of the equation. You've got to be agile to deliver a customized experience, but with agility, you need governance also. So our focus has been around governed agility. How do we react faster, but at the same time be responsible with the changes and not just go, get on the latest platform and figure out how to make it work. There are certain initiatives that's similar to that, but at the same time, we are committing ourselves internally to say we're going to be responsible of how to go about in a sort of formal way, determine what the best solution for us while providing the agility that the team needs. And yes, agility is important. That becomes, you've got so much data, so many channels to market in, so many options. So I keep reminding my team about the maxim, data does not equals facts. And you've got to adopt that mindset. Just because you saw in a digital report on a dashboard, that doesn't mean that's exactly what's happening in the field. So data collection and accuracy, the quality of the data is just as important as being responsive, being fast. So that we're taking a more pragmatic approach where we want to be agile, but at the same time be very, very thoughtful about the key metrics that we want to focus on. And one of the metrics is really being focusing on incrementality on any of the investments we make.
Yeah, I think beauty is historically a retention business, right? So I don't know that this is necessarily true today, but kind of you think of you get her with that one, moisturizer and she buys it forever. So one of the questions that we're asking ourselves in kind of this new normal is, how is she, if so many people when stores were closed came and bought on one of our websites because she couldn't get a department store or her local Mac store was closed, how efficient are we at bringing her back to site to continuing to engage with us and deliver an ROI positive experience? So that's something that my team is focused on, and we talk not just about media efficiency, but also the site experience itself and making that a rich experience with things like virtual try-ons and store appointments, virtual live streamings that she can experience on the site itself. And that's a big part of our strategy, which has been for years, but is increasingly more important, as well as enriching that data about her user profile, whether it's through an offline profile or a loyalty program as well. So those are just a lot of the focus of our teams and what that means in terms of where we shift our dollars and resources.
Yeah. Just so second to all the other panelists. So what I'm going to talk a little bit more about tailor brand itself and like the clothing retail itself. So one thing I'm sure all of you have noticed, our holiday period started like so early. So from, I think, November 1st, we were already celebrating in a holiday mood. So talking to like what Ramesh's point, like personalization. So we had a couple of things that we need to like on a tactical level deal with. Like we had like tons of like what I call no-go inventory that we need to get out of our hands. So like how do we get this clothes out to the consumers in the right way? So we put a lot of what we call the AI work behind coupon redemption and try to find out like which coupon goes best. And all these things all the decisions we are taking, it's like what do we call data-driven analytics, and all the data is like Google is what do we call data-driven analytics, and all the data is like Google is kind of like the what I call the gatekeeper of all the e-com activity that's going on. Besides the fact that when we go to this omnichannel kind of paradigm, we need to get this megapixel to join this whole online offline transactions, and that's where we actually use a third-party A/B testing platform, and actually the product side of the A/B testing platform, they did actually a lot of work to join the online-offline experience with respect to customers. So yeah, we have been accelerating very quickly to take all these digital effects and also bring some of the digital things that we learned back to the store itself. Like how does the store look like? Should we arrange the store like an online experience? Should be there a funnel in the store? So those are some of the decisions we have taken. We have come up with brand new stores that is going to cater mostly for experience rather than selling, and some of the what's it called change is permanent. So this whole COVID situation has completely made change very critical.
I want to just add one point to that. Like I know how many of you were doing measurement prior to COVID. Huge emphasis on BOPIS, right? Buy online, pick up at store. Like what happened to the customer you serviced online, and did they go to the store? We're almost like doing that in sort of reverse fashion. How did the customers that actually experienced a store in 2019 or prior, how are they behaving online? Sort of, yes, it's not the same, but it's sort of like you're now picking up the pieces from what the store left off and see how their experience has changed. So I think it's a lot of work going on in my company as well as I'm sure a lot of other places as well.
So we used to have something called reserve online pickup in store, and that actually became buy online pay pickup in store. And so we got this whole reserving. We wanted to get this whole reserving phenomena and move that to a buying phenomena, right? So reservation, we had its own like cancellation rates, no-show rates. Now how do we minimize that and bring the BOPIS metrics up?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to her about just like the way we think of beauty as a retention business, but also for many of our larger brands in our largest markets, also a beauty advisor focused business, right? So when stores are closed, a lot of our brands thought, how do we bring that experience online? And those are different pilots that we did around virtual online appointments. You can go to some of our websites. I don't want to mention the wrong brand, but you can go to some of our websites and schedule a virtual appointment with a beauty advisor. You can go to many of our brands in North America and view a catalog of live streaming videos as well. MAC in the United States pivoted some of our we have BOPIS, UFIS, Odor Line Fulfillment. There's so many different acronyms. They pivoted that program to a Postmates delivery pilot, which we were able to launch. And so there were so many different innovations about that omni-channel experience, but bringing a rich customer experience to the site itself. Key component of that in my world is, I may not have led that initiative, that was our corporate omni-channel team, but how do we track that? How do we measure success? Whether that's engagement, actual conversions, how do we make sure that that's consistent across all of the different markets that might be launching that initiative? And then what are those kind of key insights? So for example, during the COVID period, the Latin America region is one of our regions. People weren't wearing as much lipstick, right? So lipstick sales weren't driving the portfolio like they might have in pre-COVID. But in Latin America, we actually, they really jumped on some of these initiatives and really were able to drive a lot of color sales specifically for the MAC brand. And so, my team's been helping to consolidate some of those learnings and wins and sharing them with other regions as we think about the different consumer touchpoints that we have at our disposal.
So some of these adjustments that you have made for the 2020 / even right now, right, environment, what is your thinking on kind of what will happen to these different like new types of experiences and whatnot once we do get into, fingers crossed, the second half of 2021 when things are a bit more normal?
I can go. I think because we all framed our mindset as this is only an accelerant, a lot of that will continue to remain the same, except that the focus may be a lot more on the digital front. And also what we don't know what's going to happen, right? Like it could be people will go back to being 2019 mindset, 2019 behaviors, maybe. Or there could be another point of view where people have shifted their behavior entirely, not just in purchasing, but also in the category affinities that they've carried. So it is really, the focus, again, I can't emphasize agility is the key. You have to be ready to respond to consumer behavior. And I think to respond to consumer behavior, you need to understand consumer behavior. So our emphasis is continue to monitor consumer behavior where the preferences continue to be and pivot as fast as we can.
Yeah, and I can go next, and I agree with what Ramesh is saying, and most of what we've been saying on the panel, which is adapt to customer behavior. I think early on, there was a lot of uncertainty, but as long as you don't let it distract from your ultimate goal of, serving the customer online, whether that be, on the e-com side or converting an online visit to in-store, just finding ways to collect that data. Because, of course, we advertise to sell products and make customers aware, but we also advertise and tap into Google's data so that we have their, great customer data. And how you organize that can be pivotal to how your business makes decisions. So, still nothing has changed working backwards from the sales, but just stay dynamic.
Yeah, so I totally second them. Yeah, speed is the key. We need to be one step ahead of both the competition and in line with the customer. So the customers change. We should be like we should have all the sensors, all our automated technology that basically senses the changes in the customer tastes, and hopefully so we have with this assumption, right? If you go back into a retail, again, clothing retail world, as a YOY, year over year is a very, very critical thing. We just want to maintain the last year business and get probably a certain percentage more. So what is that last year? Is that 2020? Is that 2019? Is that 2018? Is that 2000? So we don't know that. Or is there something in the future? So yeah, we have to be one step ahead. We have to be nimble. We have to be fast. But again, maintain all the data governance, the sanctity of the data, and go ahead and just deliver.
Yeah, and I could put a period on that maybe, but in a sense, this is a behavioral science. So we're always looking at the data from the aspect of, how are people behaving online, and can you make any sense of it? So I think the data will always tell you what the answer is, as long as, and Ramesh, this is back to you again, but just making sure there's some data integrity there to make sure, you're looking at the data the right way, and you're not looking at it vanity metrics or anything like that.
Absolutely. I think if you have a decent hypothesis from what you're observing, then naturally the only way to achieve that agility is to have a really solid test and learn agenda, right? You've got to figure out what to do next. And if the two people can argue about the same data point in two different ways, well, let's have it. Let's have a testing, control testing be done, and we'll see what comes out as a winner.
Yeah, we have definitely increased our A/B testing count, because like some of the things which were based on data from 2019, 2018, to go ahead and reprove that is still the case. The right way to do is to do a controlled experimentation platform, and we have definitely increased the count of like doing the right experience, right from the funnel analysis all the way to shipping, payment types, because we have choice today. So you can see that the current behavior of the people is like, we need it fast, we need quick gratification. So how do we be like always one step ahead to deliver that in time? So yeah.
Yeah, that is just a really interesting point to think about, the fact that like, what do you compare, even like current behavior, right? So to kind of go deeper into some sort of A/B testing mindset, where you can just look at like right now, what is happening, and be able to do that to kind of, again, going back to efficiency plays, to make your current experience more efficient and effective. Yeah, that's really, really interesting to think about. Yeah. Well, we have a couple more minutes. Are there any parting thoughts that you want to leave the audience with? And we can kind of wrap up.
Go ahead, Ramesh.
No, please, James.
Yeah, the only thing, we're a global business, and so the really interesting thing for me, just as a person who is interested in consumers and data, has been really to look at our brands across different regions, across different categories. So I mentioned that example of lipstick in Mexico, which is something that I never would have thought, right? But there's a certain consumer that our product resonates with that was bucking the kind of prevailing trend. And so I think taking a critical eye to your data and challenging kind of the narratives that you might read about and finding those nuggets of success has been a way that we've really capitalized on certain growth initiatives and shifted learnings from Australia and brought them to the UK or brought them to North America, or really let our Asia Pacific region lead in some of these regions, some of these initiatives, as they've established a new normal much faster than other areas. So that's been really interesting to me as I've thought about where we sit in thought leadership from a data perspective moving forward.
I wish I could remember the name of the person I could give credit to this quote. I think I heard somewhere recently that post-COVID, it will become from doing to being, meaning, from doing agile to being agile, doing consumer-centric work to being consumer-centric, doing machine learning for the sake of it to actually solving business problems. So I think I'm expecting sort of like that kind of shift, this forced habit creation period of 2020 will carry on for the rest of the life. Like, for us to be really, truly be what we want to be, as opposed to just doing. So that would be my hope for the future.
I love that. Let's do that. Let's be.
Yeah, I totally agree with James, Brent, Ramesh. Yep, we are ready. We will be ready. So thank you for all the help from the partners. We are using InfoTrust for like checking our the quality of the data and Google itself. Definitely, we totally agree that we have to be we have to be agile. We have to be the whole agility should be in our DNA from going forward. So we are ready for all the changes.
Yeah, and I like where we ended up with the meta-analysis of data. That's very important, I think. And maybe a quick plug to Michelle and the InfoTrust team. Ask about ITP, because we're considering that to solve certain cookie issues. So.
Love it. Yes. Well, thank you so much, everybody. This was super, super fun. Pat, I think I see you.
Here.
You want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, everyone. I tell you what, that was a well-orchestrated panel, if I have to say so. You guys are a bunch of pros. It's like you've been working together for years. So thank you, Venkat, Brent, Ramesh, James, and Michelle. Great job. Fantastic discussion. Really good, really engaging. Well done across the board. So we're going to take another quick break. Remember, keep peppering us with questions in the chat box. And we'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes with our next session, which is our friends from the Google Data Marketing Science team talking about another use case. So be right back. It is almost the 3 o'clock hour on the East Coast, and I'm really excited to welcome our next speakers. So we've already talked about customer lifetime value with the Estée Lauder team, and we're going to hear another perspective from the Google Marketing Science team on how to use data to identify predictive behaviors. So I want to welcome Winnie and Sam from Google's Marketing Science team to take us through a use case for a global sportswear company. Winnie and Sam, welcome to the Retail Summit.
Great, thank you so much. Hi everyone, Sam and I are here today to share a case study about a propensity model that we built for a global sportswear company. And we wanted to share a little bit about this model in particular because we were able to complete multiple successful activations across different buying platforms using the insights from a single propensity model. So we had really varied activation and we were able to address multiple stages of the funnel as well. So taking a look at the agenda, I'm going to cover the business challenge and how we translated that into actual tangible model parameters. I'm going to share a little bit about the model build and performance, and then I will pass it over to Sam to take us through transfer of ownership and recap some of those activation strategies I alluded to. Finally, we will wrap up with learnings and key takeaways. Okay, so getting into it, the primary objective that we were tasked with was to drive value in the long run by identifying and reaching good customers. So what does that actually mean? After a lot of exploratory data analysis and discussions with the client, we determined that their definition of a good customer was a repeat purchaser and that the long run was defined as 12 months. So through this process, this really key process, we were able to translate this larger business objective into tangible parameters that could be actually built into a model. So once we had defined those key pieces, our objective became build a model to identify the non-purchase signals that predict a repeat purchase within the next 12 months. So along a similar line, a secondary objective of this was to actually develop better mid-funnel KPIs, because once we had identified those key non-purchase signals, we could use that to develop a high-value action-based KPI. And prior to this model, the team was working with a mid-funnel KPI of quality site visitors, which really was just defined as non-bouncers, is what you can think of it as. And I would say that it wasn't a great KPI for a few reasons. One, it required them to do manual optimizations. So they had to do analysis in GA and then go into their buying platforms and do manual optimization from there. And really the key thing is that only 1% of their quality site visitors were really turned out to be repeat purchasers. So it wasn't a really effective KPI at maximizing the goal that they actually cared about. So we set out to identify those top signals that could help us improve this KPI and make their optimizations more seamless and efficient. Okay, getting into key approach and key insights. Let's discuss some of the parameters of the model. So our primary data source was the Google Analytics 360 BigQuery export. And we also incorporated some first-party data from the client's CRM. We had 2 years of historical data to work with. But that second year in that 2-year time frame was really our key buying period in which we would observe repeat purchase and label our target customers. And in terms of our population, this repeat purchaser definition was more strategic than just total customers, right? So it's just something we had to keep in mind when we were evaluating the feasibility of building this model and strategizing around methods to handle more severe data imbalances. So getting into feature engineering, we engineered features across 3 buckets of attributes: user attributes, product behavior, and custom events. So user attributes contained a lot of attributes about how the users arrived on site, how they showed up, things that we might not be able to necessarily control. So this could include things such as what region they were visiting from to what device they were browsing on. The product behaviors category contained a lot of behavioral attributes about how a user interacted with products on the site. And the custom events kind of captured everything else that was useful, a lot of key actions that a user could take on site that would have signaled intent. So right here, I will pause and note that this client we felt had fairly robust first-party data that was being brought into GA via data import that helped power a lot of those product behavioral features, as well as pretty comprehensive custom event tagging to be able to tag and measure a lot of those key events. So this is an important call out because we feel that this really helped us build a more robust and enriched model beyond what we could have built with just your standard GA implementation and baseline data. So I think it really just goes to show that investing in your technology and building in first-party data and tagging is really key. All right, model build and results. Let's start by just recapping what goes into a propensity model and what comes out. So starting with what goes in, we have all of our independent variables, our attributes, actions, and behaviors of our customers. Those were all the features that I just shared on the previous slide, right? And once the model is built, we actually get two pieces of information back. The first is the propensity score, which is the probability that that individual will complete the action of interest. So in our case, the model was scoring users on a 0 to 1 scale of how likely they were to become that repeat purchaser within the next 12 months. And the second piece of information back that we get back from the model is what we like to call propensity drivers. And propensity drivers are feedback on which of those independent variables that went in, the attributes, actions, and behaviors, were really influential at driving propensity scores. So we can actually use both of these model outputs when we're activating these types of models in media, and we have some examples of activation across both output types. All right, so once we completed our data processing, and feature engineering I just took you through, we experimented with a few iterations of the model. And we basically ran a side-by-side comparison of a logistic regression model and a random forest model. And in order to evaluate which model to proceed with, we judged the models off of a variety of different criteria, including a few performance metrics that are common to a logistic regression type of prediction. So the two metrics that we looked at were accuracy and recall. Accuracy is what is the percentage of total correct predictions that the model was able to achieve. And recall is the percentage of repeat purchasers correctly identified. And so for our case, for this marketing application, that's really kind of like a low-cost intervention technique to action on, we really wanted to maximize recall. We wanted to maximize the coverage of the number of potential repeat purchasers that we could identify and make sure that we were communicating with them. So once the two models were built, they actually performed fairly similarly across those two performance metrics. Both models were able to correctly identify about 2 and 3 repeat purchasers, and we had really strong accuracy across the board. So ultimately, our decision maker here was a different piece of criteria, which was interpretability. And this is important to us because a logistic regression gives you more information when you're interpreting the propensity drivers than a random forest does. And since one of our objectives was to build out that new high-value action KPI, it was really contingent upon the ability for us to evaluate the propensity drivers. So that was the ultimate deciding factor to proceed with the logistic regression model. So speaking of those propensity drivers, beyond the predictive performance, we got feedback from the model of the propensity drivers. And you can see here just kind of an illustrative sample of the top 20 positively weighted model inputs. And they're color-coded by each category. So we have user attributes in yellow, product behavior in blue, and custom events in green. So overall, some of the takeaways we had from looking at our propensity drivers was that product behaviors represented the majority of significant signals, which is great because those are things that we can action on with a KPI, as opposed to user-based attributes that we can't really control how someone shows up on site. And so what we were able to do at the end is use the non-purchase, non-user-based signals to develop our new mid-funnel KPI, which Sam will share more on shortly. So with that, I will hand it over to Sam to take us through transfer of ownership and recapping our activation strategies.
Awesome, thanks, Winnie. So as Winnie said, I'm going to talk a little bit about transfer of ownership. In the context of this specific model, really what we mean by that is we're training the marketer or the brand how to deploy and maintain this model for themselves. Our goal is not for this just to be kind of a one-off project that kind of proves the value of machine learning or advanced data usage, but we really want this to be a practice that's embedded, within the marketing teams. So the next few slides, we'll take a little peek under the hood, what's powering the model, kind of a little more detail into what Winnie just talked about, and also talk about kind of our team's process in doing these types of projects. So yeah, again, why transfer of ownership, right? I'd say, again, the short-term goal is to give the marketer the tools and the resources necessary to activate and really maintain this advanced strategy. You might imagine if you're running a test for a few months or you have a model and you want to run it year on year, you're going to need a team that can retrain and kind of maintain that model. So while, in this case, we helped develop the initial proof of concept, our goal is for this to really have a lasting impact on the businesses that we're working with. And that's why for us, transfer of ownership is really important. And there are a lot of ways this can happen too. So it doesn't necessarily have to be, someone in-house at the brand doing that. This is a great place where we like to partner with agencies or partners like InfoTrust, really because these people are experts on, both this type of work in terms of the modeling kind of data science side, but also being familiar with the data, right? I think sometimes you might have teams that have the technical skills, but maybe are not as familiar with the data or vice versa. And so, it helps to just bring in someone who has that kind of expertise. And our longer term goal with these is to help clients build out a longer term practice, and that it's not just one model that you do and it's done, but our hope is that when we built this for this retailer, that this is going to be a catalyst for them to rethink how they use their data that's available to them, build other types of models, et cetera, et cetera. So if we can go to the next slide, thanks. So a lot of these things I feel like can be abstract. And so I'm just going to kind of talk to some of the tools that help make this happen. GCP has a lot of different ways, you can train and deploy a model. And so what I'm going to talk about here is definitely not the single way or best way to do it. This is just kind of what worked for us in this use case. And I also point out that I know looking at this might feel really overwhelming for some people. So if this is, too granular for you, or, you have someone else to worry about this, just kind of know that this is what's going on behind the scenes so that we can bring that, advanced intelligence and data science to your marketing. And yeah, someone is using these tools, if they're on GCP or whether another cloud service, right? They're using these types of tools. So I'll just talk through this process. GA360, right, has a native export to the BigQuery storage, and that's where a lot of this processing happens. So all that exploratory data analysis that Winnie was talking about, we're doing that pretty much entirely in BigQuery. And once we have a final data set that we know is good for the model, bringing that into Colab. And this is where really the heavy lifting in terms of the modeling happens. We're testing, in this case, we just tested random forest and logistic regression and different iterations within that. Earlier, we heard from people using TensorFlow, that can also happen in a Colab environment. I think this is a pretty common tool that our team uses and also just used throughout Google. And then when we get to the activation side, we're using PubSub and Cloud Functions. And essentially what this does is every time the data is updated, we want to trigger that model to score new users so that we can push those audiences back into GA360 and then target them on GMP. It's a serverless solution, meaning that it's really cheap. You're not paying for compute power that kind of goes on and on and on. And it really takes out a lot of work in terms of hosting the model, because this lets you send requests via an API to AI platform. And in another world, like even 5 years ago or less, you would have to do a lot more work to kind of set up your own model and host it and build a custom model on this data. And these tools are just some of them that make it really easy for this to happen. And yeah, so once those scores, as I said, are back into GA360, right, there's a match from that first party cookie to the third party, and then you can target these people across a range of buying doors within GMP. So these next two are sort of a sidebar, but I was saying before, we wanted to kind of give a little bit of insight into our thought process as we're working on these projects and building these tools. So after we had done a few of these, right, like we work with a lot of clients, and our goal is to really help them make use of the data available to them. We wanted to figure out how we can scale this work and really make it more accessible to teams that are newer to this. As I said before, right, you might have analytics or data science professionals, but they don't really have the familiarity with maybe the marketing data and the data that's coming out of, say, Google Analytics or Campaign Manager. And on the flip side, right, you might have marketing professionals who are new to data science. They're really familiar with the data, but they don't really know how to build. And if they can build a model, they might not be sure how to interpret it and make use of those propensity drivers that Winnie was talking about. And so we built some of these things kind of with these groups in mind as a good starting point if you want to get your feet wet in advanced analytics or data science projects, really as an example for what can be done. And kind of as a starter with predictive analytics or propensity modeling specifically in mind. I also want to note, I think it was really interesting because I feel like throughout the summit, we've kind of heard of building out analytics teams and how to kind of what skill set you might look for, when you want to kind of expand your advanced analytics or data science practice. And I want to add another perspective to that is that you can challenge your own people and kind of grow your own analytics team from the talent that you already have, right? I think there's often marketing folks who want to gain a more technical skill set, or technical folks who maybe want to learn a new set of data to work with. And so our hope, and my hope really, in releasing some of these tools and what we do is that it enables people to kind of grow in their career in that way. And yeah, I think that if you look for the right people that are driven and want to learn, this is a great thing that will both add value for the business and for people's individual careers. So just the tools that we're looking at here, we're trying to make them across the whole modeling process. So Project Gazer, right, specifically for that exploratory data analysis and that visualization of understanding what features would be good for a model, what maybe might not. And then you can also just use that insight for other site optimization, which I'll talk about in a little bit. We also have kind of like what we're calling a starter kit for propensity models. So it's very easy to kind of build something out of the box. Of course, you want to go deeper and add, again, to Winnie's point, that robust, detailed first-party data. But actually doing something with just kind of high-level features is very easy and can still be a really solid value add for the business. And then lastly, in that last slide, we were kind of walking through the architecture of activation. And that's where Project Modem comes in. And it's kind of code that's packaged and ready to go so that that activation piece is really easy for you. If we go to the next slide. So this is just giving a little more detailed look at Project Gazer. Right, so all of this is open source. And essentially, again, this is using Colab. So it parameterizes or lets you just kind of input, okay, here's the data I want to look at. It writes SQL for you, right? So it uses Python to programmatically write a SQL query to analyze the BigQuery export. Comes out in templatized dashboard in Data Studio, and then gives you insights that you can use to build rules-based segments, but also help inform your models. And I think an important thing to kind of mention here is that we're doing all these things with predictive modeling in mind, meaning that in this case, it's analyzing specifically behavior that happens prior to a conversion event. When we were building this, we wanted to make sure it was differentiated from just normal analytics you might look at in the UI or whatnot. And yeah, we think that time frame of looking ahead, looking prior to a conversion is really valuable. Thanks. Yeah, so next I'll talk about activation and really what this means, like putting your model to work, right? So there's insights that we'll get out of this. When we kind of talked about having the ongoing development and maintenance of the model. But yeah, once this is built, that ongoing maintenance is like relatively cheap, whether it's like retraining or just kind of monitoring the model, it shouldn't be too much work. And so really, if you were a little intimidated by maybe some of the other technical things you've heard today or from the last few slides, hopefully this helps convince you that it's really worth it. So go to the next slide. So there were two main ways that we activated this model. One was through propensity scores. So right, for every user that visited the site, we would give them a score in terms of how likely they were to be a repeat purchaser. And this is, again, we're predicting whether they're going to be a repeat purchaser in the future, right? Our activation for this was using people in that top quintile, so the top 20% of those predicted users, use that as a seed list for a similar audience so that we can get better scale on that and then activate via DV360. The second way we did in terms of this was search activation. And in this case, we use the propensity drivers to really help inform value-based bidding. We'll talk about these in more detail in the next few slides, so I'm not going to go too much deeper here. Great. So if you remember one of the first slides that Winnie talked about, right? One of the kind of main drivers for this problem was we didn't have a mid-funnel KPI that was really working for the client. So if you remember, right, if we're just looking at quality site visitors, which is kind of just people that don't bounce, it's not a really strong signal whether someone will be a repeat purchaser, which is what we've identified as those customers that are kind of higher value and what we wanted to train towards. So in order to build a better KPI, we took these non-purchase and non-user-based signals, as long as they were positively weighted and significant to the model readout, right? So this is also where kind of interpretation really matters and made a difference for us, because we didn't just want to use the model to score users, we also wanted to use the insights to inform other KPIs so that they could be used for other parts of the business. So that helped us, bring the client to this tomorrow state where they're using a blended KPI, which is a combination of the different high-value actions that we identified. And then when we take that audience of users that completed those top signals, that group is now 5% of repeat purchasers. And so now maybe those quality site visitors could be like a more upper or like upper mid funnel. And we know that this new metric that we derived from the model is probably a better mid funnel KPI. I know I see some questions, so I'm going to try to go through these a little faster so we have time to answer those. So a little more into detail about the first activation strategy, right? So in the first case, we're importing scores into GA360 via data import. Again, taking those user scores and then setting up a similar audience list. Another thing that we always push with our clients is that you should always test these strategies. I think especially for marketers or brands where like this stuff is really new to them, it's good to really prove the value by having a statistically rigorous test. And also knowing like when you're doing this, there's people that we want to exclude, right? So in this case, there was a first priority list of users we wanted to exclude so that it was truly prospects or people that we didn't know if they were going to make a purchase or 2 purchases or not in the future. And yeah, one of the results we saw from this, it was a 75% decrease in CPA, among other metrics. But I think just one kind of indicator that yeah, this model was successful and helps kind of prove the value of it over time. So for search, right, because we're using these high value actions instead of the model score, it doesn't rely on that data import and that scoring of each individual user. Instead, what we did is we created new goals in GA360 based on those propensity drivers. Once we have those goals set up, we set up a custom formula column within SA360 to assign a dollar value to those high value actions. So instead of just having the bidder bid to maximize revenue, something like that, instead we bid to a combination of revenue and these high value actions and the associated revenue for those. And if you remember, right, we're looking to maximize revenue over a 12-month period. It's not just whether they're going to make a purchase today. And so what's nice about this is these actions are kind of indicative of that longer term increase in revenue from these audiences or from those actions. I also note here that in order to measure that, we had to capture the query string and basically get like the Gclid and the campaigns in a custom dimension. So that way we could track measurement over time in GA360 and see if we really did see an increase in revenue over time versus just that immediate purchase. And yeah, we're happy to say that in that case, we saw a 30% increase in return on ad spend, which we thought was also, really affirming of, the value of this type of work. Earlier we've kind of seen some other ways to activate, and so we just wanted to like show that even though we did these two for this model, that's not the only thing you can do with the model. You can also use these model insights for contextual targeting. So maybe there's certain pages or certain behaviors that are really strong predictors of someone either being high value or knowing that they're going to be purchase later. You could use those to inform contextual targeting. Once your audiences are in Google Analytics, you can see how they index in Google Audiences. So maybe there's like an affinity segment or an in-market segment that you didn't realize is actually has a high overlap with the customers that you want to target. And so that might be another way to increase your mid-funnel spend and really grow your reach. And then of course you can just use this to optimize remarketing, right? I think a lot of brands have pretty robust remarketing segments and logic, but if you want to layer on that machine learning on top of that, this is a great way to do that. And I'll wrap up with best practices and some learnings from this, and then hopefully we can get these questions real quick. Cool. So this was the first time, at least our team, we actually did that activation based on the propensity drivers. We've done audience activations, and from our experience, that just didn't really scale as well. But using those high value actions and assigning those different revenue numbers to them really helped the impact of the model scale to search. So I think that's our recommendation there. As we've heard, and maybe doesn't need to be repeated, but capturing good data definitely pays dividends in the model quality. Again, there was really robust data that we used going into this model. And we think, that was kind of tantamount to success. Also, right, be flexible, right? I think Yap mentioned before, having that explorer mindset and kind of trying different things. That's something that our team definitely tries to embody and to be. And so, we just, as we learn and we try different things, we want to just keep doing that. Encourage everyone here to do that as well. And I know we also kind of talked about, right, there's the future of measurement, right? Like cookies may be going away. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like, but either way, advanced models will really help maximize the value of your first party data and what you're collecting. And lastly, this can be a big change for a lot of marketers. And so I would say, think about building a practice, not just building a single model or kind of doing one thing that's this nice, big, shiny object. Whether that means, working with a partner or an agency, it means hiring up, or, having your internal team kind of homegrown. I think having a practice where you're used to, working with this data in new ways, using machine learning, using statistical methods. It's a long journey. And so kind of prepare for that, but know that, they think it's important to build a practice to have that long-term impact. Thanks for your time. Sorry, I could not go as fast as I thought. Do we want to try to do one question really quick, Winnie, or if not, thanks everyone.
Yes, Sam, Winnie, thank you. I think we have kind of a hard stop, but we will be answering questions kind of offline, so we'll have a chance to get back to the folks over the chat. Also, so thank you guys. That was awesome. I did write down a couple really great stats. So 75% decrease in CPA, 30% increase in return on ad spend. Those are really compelling numbers. So a great stimulus for folks to really think about, data science and the benefits of it. So thank you both again. We're going to take another break here in just a second. In the chat, you're going to see a survey for the summit. So I know we're not done yet, but if you can start filling that out, that's also going to be your kind of proof of attendance, make you eligible for winning the Peloton. And with that, we'll take a quick break and be back in a few minutes. Thank you. we are in the home stretch. Wow, what a great day so far. It's already our last session. We've made it, almost there. We saved some of the best for last though, so don't go turning off your computers just yet. And we're not quite yet to the Peloton giveaway. So again, in the chat forum, please fill out the survey, register that you're still here, secure your chance to win a Peloton. And if that's not enough incentive, I want to welcome back to the stage Amin and Michelle, who are going to be talking about something that's on top of all of our minds these days. So that's GA4. So Michelle and Amin are going to talk to us about what retailers need to know. So Amin, I'll let you take it away.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Pat. Really excited to be here to talk about the future of Google Analytics with the latest and greatest version, GA4. As Pat mentioned, there's been a lot of chatter, not just from Google, but also from us, from our partners, from the industry. So yeah, I wanted to take a couple minutes to talk about why it's important, what retailers need to know, what you can do to get started. And just as a quick preface, we work closely with Google product teams on the roadmap and some of the things we can't share, but what we definitely wanted to spend some time on today is the value, some of the pain points that it solves for, and just how to get started. So we'll jump in with the slide that's shown right now, GA4 in a nutshell. What we wanted to do is explain first, what is Google Analytics 4? What is this big change? By looking back, the launch of Universal Analytics several years back brought with it a few different data types depending on the digital asset that you're trying to track. So for websites, you have page views. For mobile apps, they're screen views. But with Universal Analytics, based on the name, there was still capability to capture data from any device, given it's universal. And I know Alessandro earlier today walked through an amazing case study there of how Ecentria with OptiXplain and various other websites they have brought different data from different off-site sources, if you will, and some of the value there. And that's really what Universal Analytics unlocked. But as you can see from the screen, there are still different data types, whether you're analyzing in the reports, websites, or mobile apps. Another, with the growth of mobile application usage and the importance there to measure mobile apps more in depth, that's where Google also released Firebase and Firebase Analytics. And that was really the next iteration for mobile apps, which changed the data type that was included within that reporting. So Firebase Analytics was then launched and made the go-to approach for mobile app reporting. That changed the data type to be centered around events and parameters, where Universal Analytics and for websites was still very much page view focused, heavy emphasis on sessions, which required still a lot of processing and inconsistencies between how you measure and report on websites versus how you measure on mobile apps. It was not unified between these different devices. And again, a lot more reliance on the Universal Analytics side on the sessions and processing of cookies and connecting different things, where Firebase Analytics was more straightforward. It was events and parameters as kind of that approach. And ultimately, Universal Analytics wasn't quite as scalable as Firebase based on the data type and data collection model on Google's end. So we've seen firsthand how Universal Analytics, because of all the processing and based on it being page view and session focused, that could lead to some irregularities or just challenges where Firebase Analytics was built to scale. So based on this history, Google looked at the data collection model between the two and launched App Plus Web, which is now called Google Analytics 4 as the latest and greatest version, which with Google Analytics 4 now available both for websites or mobile applications, it takes the Firebase Analytics data type and model, the event-based model for how data is collected, but now applies it to any digital asset. So websites can now use the event parameter structure, which can lead to a lot of benefits. Not only does it unify better both on the back end and in the reporting suite, when you're looking cross-device, all the data and all the parameters and reports, but also solves a lot of challenges that were very difficult when just looking at Universal Analytics and the session-based approach as well. So I wanted to spend a few minutes to talk about the pain points. There's a lot more that we could have put on this slide or in this presentation, but we wanted to distill it when Michelle and I were working on this to 3 key pain points and how GA4 provides a solution to those. So one I've been talking about, disjointed data sets, takes a lot of time to combine and make sense of when you're looking cross-device or even within single type of digital assets. Just the session-based approach takes a lot of processing and understanding of how that data works together and all the metrics. Where the unified event data collection, event-based model not only allows for cross-platform, apps and web together, it's also designed to be more privacy-focused because it's based on events and the interactions and the parameters within those versus session-based metric and methodology primarily, which relies a lot on cookies and the browser technologies, which are always changing. And in the identity resolution session earlier today was touched on heavily about how that's shifting. So GA4 is designed to be privacy-focused because of its event-based model and data collection approach. Also, with excessive ETL, this was a pain point with universal analytics and really with analytics platforms in general. There's a lot of process that goes into extracting the data out of GA into BigQuery or other platforms and running some modeling on it and then pumping it back into GA to pump to GMP, and lots of amazing value from that, which I know the Google team and others earlier today talked through. But what we see with GA4 available now and definitely in the roadmap and in the future is even more robust ability to do this type of ETL and targeting and audience building, but right within the platform. It also gives you the added power of predictive analytics or predictive metrics included right in the UI versus always having to extract that and run modeling on top of it. Of course, there's customizations that are powerful that still work when you pull the data out. So the integrations that currently Universal Analytics has will maintain with GA4 for the most part. But there's just a little bit more capability right within the UI that we've seen on that front. And even Michael shared that earlier. I know I'm referencing a lot of sessions, but trying to connect it all together here. He showed some visuals from CLV built right into the GA4 interface. Again, to help it be more robust and accessible, these advanced applications. To ultimately, the final pain point, speed up analysis, speed up activation, and allow marketers and advertisers to get those answers that they are looking for from their data in a more timely way, whether that's through all the tools I mentioned before, or with GA4, there's now both structure and flexibility with how reporting works. You can use the standardized reports that are available out of the box, pre-built, even with some customization, who can see what data, even more than Universal has today from a user permission perspective. But also there's a lot more white space. So the analysis hub section of GA4 basically lets you build a report with from scratch. You're not totally confined to the pre-configurations in the UI that you might have with Universal Analytics. And I think this is a really big advantage and something we've heard from a lot of our partners that other tools do well, or why they prefer Data Studio or Looker or other platforms as well. Now within GA4, you'll also have that white space for reporting, yet still structure, which is important for enterprises that we know. I do have a small bolded bullet there to shout out to user pathing reports. This has been a big ask for a long time, and though Universal Analytics has some, and other tools have some user pathing reports, GA4 has really crisp, clean ones that are really designed to help marketers understand navigation of customers on their websites and apps. And then built-in machine learning, which I've touched on. So anomaly detection right there in the UI, and intelligence hub, and really taking that power of Google and the modeling and everything that Google builds and providing it right within the GA4 tool. So you can ask questions right into GA4 and get your answers back simply and quickly. So this is a little bit of the summary here of the various key pain points and solutions that we see from GA4 in this event-based model. But I'm going to pass it over to Michelle, because one of the other real values of GA4 is around the user-centric or user-first approach as well that this allows. So Michelle, I'll pass it over to you. Talk about that.
Cool. Thank you. Hi again, everyone. So yeah, let's talk about this user-based approach and kind of why there is such a big benefit to having that as the foundation of your analytics in GA4. So let's kind of lay the groundwork here. In universal analytics, you have a session-based model, right? And so for retailers, this is really talking about the main thing that we care about, conversion rate. So in looking at these 3 sessions, in this situation, this is 3 sessions from the same user. So in the first session here, they find a product listing ad, they come to your website for the first time, they set up an account, they add different preferences, and they favorite some items, but they don't purchase. So right now, that session from like a traditional e-commerce conversion rate standpoint, they just did some stuff and left. They didn't convert. Now they come back because they've set up an account. They come back via email. They're on their purchase journey. So they've looked at like some question and answers on your PDPs. They've browsed reviews. They've even added another product to their favorites. But again, they don't convert. So when you're looking at that session holistically, they haven't really given you value yet. Now in that third session, let's say that they come in from a Google search, they reference their favorites list, and then they finally convert. If we go to the next slide, just a little build, that third session, it is really where you're going to give credit and put emphasis on that value, right? Like those behaviors within that session are very closely linked to the conversion that happened. And let's just say, for simplicity's sake, this session resulted in a $100 purchase. So in the universal analytics session-based model, it's really emphasis on that third session as like being the quote successful session. So now let's go to the GA4 user-based model. There really is less emphasis on an actual session and more emphasis on looking at your user holistically. So you can look at all of these actions that the user took, but together all of these different things that the user did, so like favoriting an item, creating an account, all of the different marketing channels they came in from, they lead to a holistic understanding of now that user has given you $100 in value. And all of those touch points really matter in this equation. So for retailers, this is a really big shift, but it's also a very exciting one. And if we go to the next slide. So we have the list, right, of pain points and then solutions resulting from this user-based data model. And I really want to focus on this first one. So the current pain point, as illustrated by that example that we just walked through, is that transactional sessions are king. Non-purchase interactions are not valued unless the session converts. And so what we're going to see through GA4 is really that all engagements matter. In the GA4 model, which, right, it's event-based, you're looking at things holistically on the user level, it's really showing the evolution of this customer relationship and how all of these, even like micro engagements that they have had with your brand, have led to ultimately their value. We also gave another shout out here to some of those user pathing reports, just because this would be a way that you can really identify what different events, since everything is on that event-based model, did lead to the value that your user has shown so far. So that's the first thing. And I think that is the most exciting thing, like emphasizing other events that are less transactional, but are equally, if not in some cases more important, to build that intrinsic value in that relationship with your brand. All of that matters now. So, well, as far as your data is concerned. The second thing, so we've gone through some more complex LTV use cases and whatnot, but in the universal analytics world, it can be very manual to decide what exact data points you're going to include. Not to say that like all of that stuff is really valuable, but it does hinge on you having experts and time and resources to be able to build those types of models. In Google Analytics 4, there is going to be predictive LTV. And so that it's going to be able to show you estimated purchase behavior without needing to have to do everything so manually. Of course, there's benefit to really going deep and to building out those custom models, but you're going to be able to get that right out of the box. And so that can really just elevate your analytics game, even if you don't necessarily have the resources or time to implement something more detailed. And then finally, a pain point with universal analytics, right? Cleared cookies can lead to data loss, less insight into your customers. That's just kind of the name of the game with any sort of behavioral site app analytics platform. But within GA4, there's something called consent mode. It's still in beta, but it's essentially giving you some modeled conversion data to fill in any gaps that do come up because of different privacy concerns that your customers have. So rather than having like a bunch of lost information, there is some plugging in the gaps and some supplemental data that you can use to really just enrich your entire understanding of what's happening with your users. And next slide. Cool. So going into dual tagging, what we have really started to encourage a lot of our clients to do is run GA4 side by side to universal analytics. And actually deploying that does consist of a few steps, right? So like one, document what you're currently collecting with GA4. The second thing is kind of thinking like if you pick up your exact universal analytics implementation and then plop it into GA4, like what does that translation look like? And then actually planning for that implementation. One really big call out here is the data does look very different because as an e-commerce industry, we are so used to looking at conversion rate, like, and that's session-based, right? So going back to the point of the data being user-based, with starting to even look at GA4 and the data that it provides, something that we are really advising is just get it on your site and looking at the reporting suites. Start tagging some of your events and seeing what that data looks like. Because you're still optimizing and doing everything off of universal analytics, you can really use this upfront implementation time period to get it right and to put a stake in the ground, try it out, and then you can make some adjustments and then really hit the ground running with GA4. But this is kind of our overall process. It's just a very exciting time to kind of shift, but it is also a very different just system to work in. So just setting yourself up for success and getting familiar with these changes sooner rather than later is definitely going to benefit you in the long run.
Yeah, and I'd like to jump in here too, Michelle, just to say a few things. Like when we work with our partners, we have heard feedback around, we've invested a lot of time, energy, and effort into our current analytics implementation, and we feel very mature with our analytics today, and we understand GA4 is coming and there's a lot of features not rolled out yet, so maybe we can tackle it later on. And understand that sentiment, but to Michelle's point, you know, we used to say and talk about a migration process, and my team would know that I have personally advocated to remove the word migration and focus on dual tagging. The reason I say that is because, yes, there's a lot of features being rolled out this year and next year by Google, and in the future for GA4 exclusively. I think no more universal analytics updates really that are major. But by getting the implementation even lightly done now, and maybe just for a few pilot sites or brands, if you're a global conglomerate or multi-brand, starting now will allow you to explore some of the features. We're not advocating any of our clients, and I don't think Google is either, to say a hard cutoff from universal to GA4 today. Dual tagging has been kind of the standard recommendation here, to have GA4 deployed even in a minimal fashion to start, have that data collection, layer on the implementation as you go, and build that historical data so that next year or later, you know, when more features and reports are launched, you have data to use and to explore and experiment with all these new latest and greatest features. And I saw a question, which I'll touch on, around analysis capabilities such as churn, retention modeling, a few things that we mentioned, but we didn't show slides around, from the machine learning, anomaly detection, things like that. All these are coming. Some we can and cannot share depending if you're under NDA with Google, with GA360. But the idea here is that you can have access to all these tools when they launch if you dual tag now, even in a minimal fashion. And you know, the process that we outline here to fully deploy GA4 with all the events and attributes and parameters that you might have collected today might be a huge effort, but starting small and phasing it out, that's our recommendation, so that you can still have access to the tools and maybe iterate your deployment process as you're kind of building out for the future. So a lot of those reports and features might be launched. Shameless plug, and I know we'll say this again, but we do have a webinar later this month that we will be sharing a little bit more of the reporting capability for what we can publicly, but directly with your Google partners, or if you're partners with us, you know, under the NDA with GA360, we can share a little bit more about some of those features. But I wanted to just touch on that as well.
Yeah, and one additional thing, Amin, if you don't mind, as far as kind of even the capabilities that exist within the platform, that will ultimately depend on your tagging architecture and how you do decide to roll out all of your event structure. So that is another kind of reason for sooner rather than later deployment, so that you can see, like, okay, we want to put all of this information in our event's name, and then we want to use additional parameters to add more context. And it may take a couple of tries to figure out how detailed do you need to be based on that you want to do. So even your analytics capabilities are going to hinge on some of that work, and just getting ahead of it and having like even a testing period or trial and error period where you are, you know, making a decision, sending it out there, and then looking at the resulting data and seeing, is this detailed enough, or do we need to take this up one higher level? So some of those capabilities will just depend on the architecture that you do choose to deploy for your needs.
One other question that came in, I think we saw in the chat, and I think it was answered, but just to touch on it for everyone else, a little bit more on the technical side, but with GA4, today it is a separate Google Analytics property entirely. So part of the reason why we say dual tag is because it is separated from Universal Analytics. This also means downstream systems or other integrations such as Data Studio or other dashboarding tools, advertising tools, etc., have to also be integrated or connected to the GA4 property as well. So there's, they are two separate properties, so would need their independent integrations and independent builds, if you will, with dashboards and other things that you might have in place today. So. little bit on the tactical side, but just wanted to touch on that as well. I'm not sure if we had any other questions, but also want to be conscious of time. So maybe we can just jump to the next slide, which if you have more questions, let us know. We love talking about this stuff all the time. We're happy to be partners with Google closely on future rollouts, but also with any of the attendees on the call. We know it's can be looked at as a massive transformation, because it is totally a new version of GA. But again, we work with hundreds of thousands of partners and global websites to make the migration, dual tagging, realistic and also valuable for you. So let us know. And if you want to explore yourself, I think the next slide shows our resource hub, where we have tons of content constantly updating with latest and greatest from what we're learning or what we're testing and deploying with our clients and partners. So feel free to check out that resource as well. Thank you very much.
All right, great job, Amin and Michelle. Thank you guys both so much. Great wrap up to a great day. Really appreciate everyone's attendance. We do have a couple final housekeeping things we want to cover off on. So so please, again, check the chat because there is the survey. We'd love to get your feedback. Also, we do have another GA4 webinar coming up. So GA4 is now top of mind based on that great presentation. So please join Brad and Amin on February 25th for that. I think it is now time for, hopefully, someone's going to be going home with a brand new Peloton. So if we can kick over to the Wheel of Destiny, we'll go ahead and spin that and let's see who wins. This is really exciting. And let's see if I can see it. Looks like Flo Palmer. Congratulations, Flo. Woo, all right. Flo has a new Peloton. Congratulations. We will be following up with you to get that over to you very soon. I did want to just run through again, thank everyone who helped out today. Our speakers, Neil, Alessandro, Steve, Abby, Rohit, Leigh, Brent, Ramesh, Venkat, James, Winnie, Sam, from InfoTrust, Bryan, Michelle, Amin, Michael, thank you. All the folks who helped behind the scenes, Sean, Shannon, Lori, Brendan, Miranda, Camille, Ronnie, and Chase and Dom. Thank you all so much for your help today. Awesome event. Really enjoyed it and look forward to many, many more of these. Have a great week, a great month, great year, and we'll look forward to seeing you all again in person real soon. Thank you all.